runner's lifestyle, whether it be designs on t-shirts or graphic designs that kind of represent what runners do and what they're about, as well as things to help runners do what they do. And so my first project is something that I made. It was my first ever project as a CRT major. It was called the Dry and Go. And so the inspiration for this project, as a sophomore, I was living up in Clara, and I would get back from like morning track workouts and all that kind of stuff, and I would just have these absolutely disgusting, sweaty, smelly shoes. And if you've ever lived in a dorm room, there's not really a great way to clean your shoes when you're in dorm rooms. You kind of just have to deal with it. Most of the time people get fans, but those just kind of waft the smell around the room. So Dry and Go is kind of aimed at helping college athletes and anyone that really lives an active lifestyle and lives in a dorm environment have cleaner, better smelling shoes. And so how the Dry and Go worked is it was basically a split pipe that shot air freshener and an air freshener that shot air into them and kind of killed the odors. And so building it, it was my first time using 3D printing. And so I designed all these pieces on, I believe, Tinkercad. And so I had a split pipe that would slide into each of the shoes, and then a chamber that you could unscrew out and put different air freshener scents in, so you could kind of customize what scent you were getting. And then from there, it connected to a PVC fan or a PC fan that was soldered to a wall outlet. And so, yeah, this was kind of one of my first projects, and it's something that kind of kick-started my love for making stuff revolving around runners and helping runners as well. And so my next project, it's called the Boomerang Stool. It was for CRT 399, my junior year. We were tasked with making a camp stool using Fusion 360 and the Crawlbot CNC router. And so when I heard the word camp stool, I kind of thought about my childhood memories of backyard camping and Saturday cartoons and all that kind of stuff. So I really wanted to make something that kind of helped the user reminisce on those childhood memories. And for me, that was the Cartoon Network Boomerang logo. And so with that design, I kind of went for that like classic boomerang shape and then the black and white color scheme. And so, yeah, so I made it on Fusion 360, and then you layered all the pieces together. And then I just used alternating black and white paint to paint it up and screw it together. And so this project wasn't necessarily something that at first I was planning on having it be, I guess, running related, but it's something that became very running related to me. This is something that I carry in my car all the time. And when I'm going to do long runs or go to do track workouts, I always bring it with me. I'll use it to like just stretch or sit there and tie my shoes on or just sit in between intervals. And so for me, it's something that I didn't necessarily intend on like becoming running related, but it has become like something that I use in my running quite often. And this next project, Rage On 2021, Rage On is the nickname of the men's and women's cross country team at Barry 2021 to symbolize my senior fall semester and or I guess my senior year in total. And so the inspiration behind this project, it was the fall semester of my senior year. I was as a team, we were kind of bummed out. We weren't given the chance to compete collegiately in cross country. And so we were kind of left trapped on campus doing our own races and trying to put together somewhat of like a quote unquote COVID season by ourselves. And so one of the things that our coach did was we had a series of time trials, each one nicknamed after a senior on the team. So for example, mine was called the Andy Butzow Invitational. And along with that, you also got to create like a meet t-shirt for the race as well. And conveniently at this time, I was starting to take classes for my web dev major on graphic design, specifically Adobe Illustrator. And so it really lined up well for me, because at the time I was like, oh, I can just use the skills that I've just learned in Illustrator to kind of help design my t-shirt. And so that kind of led me to the design you're seeing here. I used a silhouette of myself running and took that over to Photoshop and sliced it up. And then from there, I took it to Illustrator and did all the filling and highlighting, and then the words as well. Fugelman meeting leader. And it was the word of the day. And it's fitting because I'm also the captain of the cross country team as well. And so, yeah, that was kind of one of my, this was kind of a project that led to me doing a lot more stuff that related to graphic design and Illustrator. And so along with this, I also thought it would be really, really cool. This was, I suppose, going into the winter of later in the winter. I thought it'd be really cool to also make a poster to kind of commemorate all the seniors on the team, and to give to our coaches as well. And so using that same kind of design that I used in Adobe Illustrator, I made this poster. I used kind of the image trace for a lot of this to give it that kind of cartoonish look a little bit, and to also make the tie-dye on the back. And so yeah, that was a really, really cool project for me. You can see in the top corner, that was the final version of like the printed t-shirt that I'd made for the meet. And then the bottom corner is just another picture of like with the tie-dye in the background with just me on it. And so these were both these were projects that like I was really passionate about. They were projects that I wasn't necessarily doing for a grade or anything like that. I was doing them just out of my own personal interest and wanting to get more into Illustrator. So these projects were really huge for me. And then my next project, Super Shoes. So I did this for my senior exit hackathon in 499. And for a hackathon, you're given 4 hours to create something in the lab, and it's supposed to be kind of rapid prototyping and kind of constrained to what you could do in 4 hours. And so for this project, it was something that I've always wanted to do, and I thought would be really cool to do as well. I've always wanted to be able to design shoes and design colorways for shoes. And so for this project, I wanted to challenge myself to make as many graphic designs of popular running shoes or shoes that I wear in my own running, and turn those into graphic designs, but also to change the midsole of the shoes so that they more accurately represent how the shoe feels when you're putting it on. And so like not diving too much into like the running shoe nerd stuff. Like you have Hoka shoes. Hoka shoes are super soft, so I went with like a marshmallow design. The Nike Alpha Fly is a super fast shoe, so I kind of went with that lightning looking midsole. Yeah, so this was something that I've always been really I've always really wanted to do, and to be able to do it in person, use skills that I've learned in Illustrator to kind of show that was super cool. And then along with that, I also used heat transfer paper to turn them into sweatshirts, just as a cool way of kind of commemorating the work I had done. And so my shoe site was my CRT 499 capstone project. And this project was really cool because I got to use the stuff I've learned in CRT and implement it into a real world problem that I've seen and I've had to deal with. So shoe site was built for run specialty stores. And so a big problem with run specialty stores is they have a lack of context as to why certain shoes do well in their stores and why certain shoes don't do well. And there's not really a great way of giving run specialty stores personalized data on their inventory. And a huge part of run specialty stores is having this inventory that represents what your community wants to see. And so just because a lot of times you see like the top selling shoes, and with run specialty stores, just because it's a top selling shoe doesn't mean it's going to do great in your community. So that's something they really struggle with, is having an inventory that accurately matches up with what the customers want to see. And so Shoe Site aimed to give run specialty stores and kind of an in-depth analysis of their inventory and how it sold with their customers. And so what ShoeSite did is it used fiducial markers that you would place on the shoe boxes. And as employees walked in and out of the stockroom, 2 cameras located on the inside and the outside of the stockroom would keep track of how often the shoe entered and left the stockroom. And from there, you could kind of compare it at, not kind of, you could compare it as sold versus tried on. So you got these kind of ratios to see how often a shoe is tried on versus how often is actually sold, which gives you more context as to why certain shoes do bad. You know, sometimes, a lot of times what you'll see is shoes get talked about a ton, yet they get tried on and they're like, oh, this is garbage. So they never get bought. But those shoes tend to look like they're selling more, but they're actually just tried on super often. And that's why they sell somewhat frequently. And so, yeah, ShoeSite kind of aimed to fix that issue and give more context as to why certain shoes do well. So it would take the scan data from a processing sketch, and then I use Tableau to make a little database that would kind of put the data into more bit size or more readable chunks, and then also categorize it in terms that run specialty stores use. So you have categories like all shoes, neutral shoes. You can even look at brands. And along with that, you can also generate the reports for different time frames. So you have like daily, monthly, and yearly time frames to give you a better idea of kind of how certain shoes are doing and how your inventory looks as well, and help you create more accurate inventory orders for your store. And this is kind of a GIF of just how it works. So yeah, as you walk by the camera, it uses a change in pixel brightness to start the scanning. And as you can see in kind of the top right hand corner of the camera screen, it'll flash the name of the shoe as it's being scanned. And so yeah, that's kind of just a little demo of how it would work. And so my plans for after graduation, I'm planning on moving back to my hometown of Milton. And I'm going to continue to work at Big Peach Running Company. They've been really, really kind to me the past 2 years. And it's really been a place where I've grown a lot and I've learned a lot more about running. And it's also a place where I've gotten a lot of exposure to some stuff that's bigger than just working at a running store, such as brands and reps and all that kind of stuff. So for me, working there and then also working towards pursuing a job as a tech rep. A tech rep is someone that represents a certain brand and run specialty and a certain region. And you basically act as kind of the in-between person between that manufacturer and the run specialty stores in that area. Kind of explaining to them what shoes are coming out, why they should be selling your shoes, and kind of acting as the gateway between that community and the manufacturer. And so for me, this is kind of just a dream job of mine. Like I said, I'm an absolute shoe nerd. I could sit here and talk about shoes all day. And so for me to be able to immerse myself in a running community and just be able to talk about shoes and something that I'm really passionate about just seems like a really great job for me. And I'm also planning on continuing to work on my graphic design skills, specifically Adobe Illustrator. That's something that I've become really, really fond of. I work with Adobe Illustrator all the time in my free time. I love like making designs of shoes on there and just continue to try and get better at it. And so hopefully that's something that kind of melds in with my love for running at some point in my life. I would really love to take on a result at some point in my career, take on a job as a graphic designer for a manufacturer or a shoe designer for a manufacturer as well. I really think it would be cool to see those two passions meld together. So yeah, that's my presentation.
Nice. Very nice.
All right, thank you, Andy. So,
have you watched the documentary about Tinker Hatfield?
No, I have not.
Oh, come on now, you're a shoe designer.
Who is it? Tinker Hatfield?
Tinker Hatfield, and it's part of the Abstract series on Netflix.
I'll have to watch that. I've never heard of that before.
It's super
So-
cool, and I'm not a shoe nerd.
Yeah, okay, then I'll definitely put
So
it.
if you're a shoe nerd, this is the documentary for you.
Okay, I definitely I'll watch it on my way back to Barry tonight then.
All
Well,
right.
there's no deadline, but I'm just saying.
I mean, if it's about shoes, then I'll probably just want to watch it as soon as possible.
All right. So Andy, I'm gonna have you stop sharing your screen so we can kind of have see our gallery
Okay.
view.
Of course.
There we go. All right. So let's open it up for questions, comments, and feedback.
Oh, and hey, there's T-Mac.
Morning, friends.
Good morning.
Okay, so I got all kinds of questions. I really love the tried on versus purchased. Was it able to read 2 boxes at once?
Yeah.
Like-
Yeah, it was. So the I will say there was like a flaw with it, and so the fiducials were specific to the brand and the model of shoe. They weren't specific to the size or anything. So so yeah, if you could have potentially a full stack of like 4 or 5 shoes, or as many it would fit on the camera, I guess, as the camera could scan, and it would go down the list and put the shoe in an array. And once that shoe was in an array, it would stop scanning and look for the next shoe. And so it would just go down the row and scan all the shoes you had in your hands. And one of the kind of the flaws with the system was, of course, you couldn't scan 2 shoes of the same model. But after talking with Zane and then also with my stakeholders, you don't necessarily bring out the same shoe, the same model of a shoe in the same go round very often.
Yeah.
Usually if like a customer asks to try on the same shoe twice, it's because you've already brought it out for them and they want to try a different size. So of course, if that would happen, you would just bring it out in a set on the second time.
Yeah, so it seems like what you're doing is data analytics of shoe sales. You're interested in graphical design. Are you at all interested in doing data analytics? Because I think there's a lot of pent-up demand for the analytic parts of it. So any thoughts on that?
Yeah, I mean, like that project, or my capstone project, was like incredibly interesting to me. And I do love graphic design, but this is also something that I thought was really cool. I got to, my stakeholders were like my bosses at Big Peach. So to be able to like work with them on this and get their feedback on the system, they had a lot of interesting feedback for me. And kind of how it came back is like, this system is great for run specialty stores and inventory management, but it's also great for the manufacturers as well. A lot of time manufacturers really want to know how often their shoes are being tried on in the stores, and how often the shoe is pulled from the store. So it was really interesting, and I think it'd be super, I might end up continuing to work on this project. I thought it was super cool to see kind of how this information could be interpreted, and like something so unique could be very interesting for run specialty.
Yeah, so I guess, did you talk to anyone who knows about inventory management?
So not inventory management in general. I talked with my boss is the owner of the franchise at Big Peach, so they're both so he's in charge of doing inventory orders and keeping track of the inventory at our store. So he was kind of my main guide point on inventory analysis and all that kind of stuff.
So it turns out I know a guy who knows something about inventory.
Oh, sweet.
It's me. And so if you are interested in pursuing this further, there's a whole bunch of kind of background basic material on inventory that might help this project along, like understanding about stock keeping units, understanding about how to, in every inventory situation, you can break it up into high volume, high cost items, which are, so it's called ABC analysis. It essentially says which items are the big hitters here. And your system would be great for working on inventory accuracy. It would be great for doing ABC analysis on the fly. There's all kinds of leverage you could use with this system. So if you'd like sometime, let's get together and talk inventory.
Yeah, I would love that. I definitely, for sure.
Cool, thanks.
I had some comments about that system also, Andy. It looked like you could have a store owner provide an extra dimension of data. For example, the store owner could indicate whether particular shoes are in the display window of the store, or if there are posters about that shoe around the store, and cross-reference that information so that a store owner would not only kind of be tracking, data, but also seeing if there are things that they can do at their personal location that's making a difference with whether a shoe is being sold. So there might be several dimensions that you can expand on with that. And I loved your first project, the Dry and Go device. That seems like if I could plug it in at home, if there was an auxiliary power thing, so I could take it with me to track meets, or to the tennis court, dry my shoes out while I'm in my car. And it seemed like also because of the those pipes and other fittings that you would have an opportunity to make it look cool with your graphic skills, to make it look like this desirable thing to purchase. And I was curious if you had any thoughts about if you were thinking about enhancing it with a heating element on the inside that might accelerate the drying of the shoes.
Yeah, that's a really, I never thought about that before. That's a really good idea. The Dry and Go still sits at my house today, and so yeah, like it's something that I use for, like, if I'm home, I use it pretty often. If it rains after, like, while I'm running, it's like a go-to. But yeah, that would be something that would be super cool to implement onto it as well.
Yeah, I don't know if Nike and other name brand athletic shoe companies have items like that, but it's easy for me to see them pivot to expand their offerings by offering those something like a Dry and Go with their shoes. It seems a natural thing for them to do, to extend the life of their product, and to have their product be more immediately usable in real world situations by the people, by their own consumers. So, there might be something there for you also in terms of product, and also working inside of the running industry.
Yeah, I agree. I mean, like, you spend $120 for a pair of shoes, you want to keep them nice, of course. Yeah.
So I've got a question for you, Andy. So you mentioned that with your camp stool, the original kind of design intent was not geared toward running, but it has kind of been adapted toward that by you kind of keeping it in your trunk and taking it to track meets. So my question is that if you were to redesign that stool, now that you've kind of been using it in that capacity, if you were to redesign it, what would you change about it to even better suit it for what you're using it for now?
That's a good question. If I was to redesign it, I really like the boomerang logo and the boomerang logo and how it looks and stuff like that. But if I was to redesign it to be more like geared towards running, I would probably have scratched the boomerang logo on the inside and given it like compartments so you could hold like foam rollers or anything like that, and maybe even like a little slot for like your phone. Those kind of would have been the big changes that I would have made. I really I didn't even really intend for like the seat curvature to work out as well as it did, but it did. So that was really comfortable. And then, yeah, those would probably be the main changes. It's just like, instead of the design, go for like storage space.
Nice. Thank you very much. Could you talk more about how you did user testing for your capstone? So, you had this whole system set up. How did you actually go to the store and test it out? Did you have pictures on like all the shoes? Did you select just a few to see if it worked? And how did you do that process?
Yeah, so I went back to the store that I work at, and the original plan was to I went on like a month, I believe it was a Tuesday. And so the original plan was, if I got there like an hour before the store actually opened, and I did some user testing with my boss and a coworker. And so I kind of explained the system to them. I had them practice. I just brought a couple of shoe boxes that I had and that had fiducials on them. And I kind of had them run through just practicing scanning shoes as they walk in and out. And as well as kind of I tasked them with just trying to find certain shoes on the database, just to make sure that the system was easy for them to understand and navigate. And the hopes was that in the first like hour of the store being open, I could slap a fiducial on like a couple of the actual shoe boxes, and then have an employee actually like test the system in real time. But unfortunately, it was like a really slow day, so no one actually ended up coming into the store. But yeah, for the testing, I really focused on how easy it was, and the retail friendliness of my product, and how it kind of merged into the store. A big part of the feedback I got from my boss was stuff like this. It has to be super retail friendly, because the last thing you want is for the system to slow down the employees. When it gets super busy in the store, the last thing you want is the employee to be trying to scan, stuck at the beginning of the stock room, trying to scan shoes as people are waiting for to get fitted. So making a system that was quick and didn't require much thought at all was a huge part of what I was working towards.
Did the system timestamp the reading of the fiducial?
Yeah, it would timestamp the, just the date of when it was scanned. And then,
So that would also give you not quite sales volume, but I mean, you would be able to see busy times and slack times. You could use it for headcount scheduling.
Yeah.
There's a lot that could be done using that system.
It's really cool that it's so automatic. Like you said, they don't have to, be pressing buttons or try to log data or anything. The fact that it's automatic like that, I think that's a huge thing.
mm-hmm. Yeah, when I was originally designing the system, I was kind of playing around with the idea of using like a footstool, like a foot press. And so after like a little bit more thought, I kind of was debating between this and like using an ultrasonic sensor. But the pixel brightness ended up being really, it worked really well, because there was no physical parts to this. It was just two cameras, and it really didn't rely on anything else regarding setup. So it worked out really well for me in the end. It was something that I didn't really plan for, but it worked out really well.
Have you thought about in the future, kind of touching on John's point earlier? So you're doing some data analytics here, and you have experience with graphical design. Have you thought about doing data visualization? Because that's a huge thing just out in the world, right? Is if you get a bunch of data, how can you understand, these thousands of lines of data? And a big part of that is if you can make a good looking, visual that shows you that. Have you thought about in the future how you might kind of combine your graphical design skills with the analytics to make some kind of cool visualization to help people understand the data they're looking at?
So one of the things that was super convenient about this semester is like I had this whole idea of what I wanted to do, and kind of one of the last pieces of the puzzle that I wasn't super sure about was how I was actually gonna show the data that I was keeping track of. And conveniently, I took I'm taking an information systems class right now. And so I like one of the first days we learned about Tableau. And so it was super convenient because I was like, oh, I'll just put all this in Tableau. And so I've learned a lot about Tableau this semester from this class and from this project. And so continuing, I really like how Tableau works. It's a super powerful system. So I'm definitely going to, if I keep working on the system, I'm definitely going to continue to refine the system and how I use it on Tableau. I really like how simple the visuals for the system is, but I know that there could be like tweaks to it to make it a little bit more easy to understand.
Nice. Other questions or comments for Andy?
Yeah, so your exit hackathon project, I think you started with just kind of wanting to do the designs and then ended up putting them on shirts. Can you talk about that process and like did you know how to do that going into that hackathon, or was that kind of a last minute, oh, this would be cool?
So I've done heat transfer before. I think I've done it once or twice. But this was the heat transfer paper that I've used. I've only done solid colors before and singular solid colors. So I had no, like, I bought the heat transfer paper and then like the last like 30 minutes of hackathon, I was like reading the instructions and I was like, I don't know what to do. Like I was completely lost, but it was yeah, I really wanted to do the sweatshirts because just in my personal experience with like running apparel and clothing related to running, you don't get a lot of apparel that like you think they would do this more often, like where it's like it's got your favorite shoe on it or something like that, but it's really something they don't do. And so like for me, being able to like put these shoes that are super popular right now and like put my own kind of touch on them was something that I like was kind of a driving force of this. Like the graphic designs were the main part of it, but this was also something that I was like secretly really, really excited to do as well because I thought it would look super cool.
And it did. It was rad.
Thank you. Thank you.
All right, so well, we know you got to get up to a meet, Andy, so we will let you go, but thank you for joining us today.
Yeah, thank you so much for coming a little bit early. I know it probably wasn't the most convenient thing, but yeah, thank you guys so much.
All right, good luck today.
Yeah, thank you.
Yeah, good work, Andy.
Nap time.
Yep, so as I mentioned, our next presentation is going to start at 10:30. So y'all are welcome to stay on the Zoom call or go leave and join back. It'll be the same link that we've had before, but we will see you guys back at 10:30.
Zane and Dr. Grada, unfortunately, I'm not going to be able to join you guys for the rest of the rest of the presentations. Thank you very much for the invitation. It's been thrilling to be exposed to your seniors. They're awesome work. Look forward to seeing both of you soon.
Yeah, we really appreciate all the feedback and the comments, T-Mac. So it means a lot for us and our students.
Yeah, you'll get it. Bye-bye.
Thank you, T-Mac.
I'm going to start recording again.
Oh, we didn't get Cutter on recorded on all his political opinions.
Ah, I should have. That would have been gold. So, all right. So let's go ahead and screen. I'm going to minimize you guys down a little bit. And Bennett. So whenever you are ready, you are welcome to begin. Okay. So I'm Bennett Ferguson, and this is my portfolio critique. Oh, you know what? I'm sorry, I have to click on this thing first. So, okay, and make sure you talk nice and loud over here. Okay. So again, I'm Bennett Ferguson. This is my portfolio critique. A little bit about who I am. I'm a creative technologies major with a minor in anthropology.
I do consider myself a researcher, a designer, a metal worker, and a blacksmith. To go a bit in detail about some of the reasons why I consider myself a researcher is that over these 4 years at Berry College, through the anthropology courses I've taken, I've done many observational studies, case studies, but also in the class of research methods, I worked with the Rome Mental Health Court throughout an entire semester to do a comparative study on the treatment of the people participating in the Rome Mental Health Court and also the Floyd County Jail. As for why I'm a designer, through high school and also through courses at Berry, I furthered my experience in developing templates for websites and other aspects of that with HTML and CSS. How I got here, through high school, I spent a lot of the time in the engineering and web design program, which really fueled my love for technology and wanted to grow on that. And that led to me applying to Berry College in the dual degree engineering program. That whole course was quite interesting, but the lack of a lot of the hands-on portion in comparison to creative technologies, I realized that I maybe wanted to dip my toe in that course, and I ended up taking intro to prototyping. And there I really found a love for prototyping, but also the environment of the people there and the concept of open critique and everybody wanting to build up on their projects. And at the end of taking that, I was offered the position of lab assistant, and that really pulled me in. I changed my major and everything, and I actually got to be a part of the whole environment of open critique and helping people further their projects more than they could have if people were just talk negative about that. So my theme is using metal fabrication technologies to make custom crafted designs. Some of the technologies I've learned to use throughout the lab are the lathe, a variety of methods to welding, but also the angle grinder, which is my go-to tool for a lot of the designs. So to start off with my first project, removable full metal skates. This was my intermediate project in 101. The whole reason I made this project was to address the issue for me, a freshman, was riding my skates to class, but having to struggle to put back on your shoes. This project really showed me how the prototyping phase can really show itself in the final product. Throughout that process, I worked on a foam core model right here, and I believe it translated quite well into the final product. Here, I really got an understanding of how to properly manipulate metal, and this project was my first time welding. Overall, it really taught me how to properly bend metal and in comparison to cold or heated bending. And this really made me want to further my interest with metalworking. And it brought me to my metal grill, which I made during a hackathon. I made an entire grill in the shape of a dragon head within 4 hours. While I did have some help doing it, every tooth and horn and everything was done within that 4 hours. The prep work we did wasn't to much extent, but it did include a foam core model to actually get the measurements right. This project really taught me how to manipulate the metal in certain ways. Again, it really reinforced the cold versus hot bending. I learned that cold bending, while it might take more force, you may be able to get smaller changes in the angles. But a big thing was that just for the sake of time, methods wise, the person I did it with, cutting it halfway and bending it cold, you're able to get straight lines in comparison if you were to just throw it in a vise and just start hammering away at it. But this also really ignited this burning passion of sure, I've welded and I've bent metal with the forge, but I've never exactly made a knife. And this brings to my next project, the nigiri sushi knife, which this is the first real knife I made. I made it during a hackathon. This is really just to see is it possible to make a complete knife from start to finish, so including a grip and tempering it. I feel the final product of the knife you can see really reflects the prep work that I did in comparison for this project. I had to find a proper stencil or shape to give me the shape of the knife, because in that process I learned that using the forge to shape the overall body of the knife could take up to the 4 hours. So I decided to eliminate that by cutting out a stencil on a sheet of steel. But also the biggest portion was to get the bevel or the blade, because the blade can come in a lot of varieties, but specifically for sushi knives, you want a nice thin blade to really cut the food. So to do that, I developed a jig, which it has 2 handles. And the way it sharpens the knife is that you have a plate on a hinge, and based on how many washers you put in, it's able to dictate whether the bevel or the edge is somehow thin or kind of fat. This developing the jig was probably one of the most enjoyable things out of it, and this really pushed me to really want to further my ability to make knives. And this is my my final project from 101. While it may not relate to the team like 100%, certain aspects of designing, like a custom design incorporating metal technologies or metal fabrication technologies into it have really shown. But also it pivots well into my capstone, which will be in the coming slide. But overall, this project was in the same sense of addressing the issues of getting the class in a timely manner, but also in aspects of developing aspects in getting the class on time, but also in a fun manner. Because while I had this strong passion for aggressive skating, I always felt like I wasn't going fast enough. So developing these air tracks were a big thing, because I took the hub motors from an electric skateboard and attached them onto a pair of skates. I had to develop a bracket to support it. But overall, I learned that the trucks were the real thing, supporting my overall body weight, while the bracket was mainly there to set it up right under your heel. The overall design for why it kind of looks like a tricycle is because I couldn't separate the 2 hub motors into separate parts because they're controlled by one motor controller. But so in the end, you had to change the way you had to ride. So it was kind of like dominant foot in front, back foot in the back, and you just had to lean with it. It's powered by quite a big LiPo battery. Is able to last for about 2 days. But yeah, this really, like, while I found that passion for metalworking, like the initial project, this one also like kind of sparked a big interest in me with electric vehicles, which I believe leads nicely into my capstone. It's called the Upskate. It was there to address the problem statement of people between the ages of 15 and 22 suffer from wrist injuries due to unpredictable speeds. And the way I addressed that was in the sense of the riders managing the top speed. And to address that, I designed a device that consisted of 2 modules, a transmitter and a receiver. The transmitter consisted the use of a Hall effect sensor, which calculated the RPM on the hub motor and turned the RPM into miles per hour, which was then sent to the receiver and displayed live for the user. As for the receiver portion, my original idea was to design something for the remote for the user, but due to issues with like ergonomics and stuff, I pivoted to a wearable on the wrist guard. And because of that big issue of wrist injury, I thought developing a device kind of that would encourage them to wear the wrist guard, but also the receiver not only displays the miles per hour live, it also gives the rider an opportunity to pick their certain skill level, which will then display like a recommended speed for them. But at the same time, that beginner, intermediate, or expert is in relation to a timer, which then like after a certain amount of time, depending on your skill level, it'll vibrate indicating you to, hey, you should check your speed to make sure you're not going too fast or anything. overall, when I moved into user testing, I wanted to make sure that my device was beneficial to all parties, both beginners and experienced. So I had them broken up into two groups, and they had a blind and informed portion. Um, but kind of towards the end of that, with the based on the results, I found that there were a handful of issues still need to be addressed with the prototype, but also at the same time, the device seemed to be more aimed towards beginners who received a lot of the features in a positive manner. As for the experienced players, you learn that the longer you ride, the better like feeling you have for how fast you're going. So they felt like the vibrations were annoying, but also at the same time, they felt like they didn't have to look at the display that often. Um, but because I had to make a huge pivot from focusing mainly on the remote control to a wearable, I had to design an aspect that was both comfortable and it wouldn't get in the way of the rider's experience. So again, it's on the wrist guard, but also from user input based on whether there was pinching or scratching, there wasn't any of that. But in the end, for further development on this project, it would be to get a brighter LCD, because based on the weather and the glare and how I have it set up, people had some trouble reading it. But also there's opportunity to compact the design even more. So there's even more assurance that the user won't experience any scratching, it won't get in the way, and it won't ruin their experience.
Yeah. Nope. Hold on. Let me get us back. All right. Go for it.
Okay. And lastly, for any future plans, well, I have not applied for grad school yet. I'm hoping to get some experience working in the field to build up on my skills. But the Rochester Institute of Technology has an amazing program that I found, and it's a master's program in microelectronics manufacturing with a heavy focus of solid state devices, so flash drives, solid state drives, so memory storage. But also the biggest selling point that drew me to it is that a lot of the curriculum, in a sense, is a lot like how it is at the Hackberry Lab. It's very hands-on and project-based, which I feel like best suits me because personally I'm not the best test taker. But job fields that I do find interest in is UX researcher, which I feel like encompasses a lot of the stuff that I've studied over the 4 years. It's taking like a specific group of people and doing a case study on them, but also relating it to the prototyping phase to give input to people such as like designers and everything for a company. And then web design, it's kind of a field that I've experienced a lot. I ran websites for my school and I designed templates, but also I've taken classes here. So if the opportunity is available, I'd be happy to fill that position. And of course, metal fabrication, which I hope that this presentation really represented.
Thank you very much. All right. So let's open it up for comments, feedback, and critique. So I saw, one of your projects was the sushi knife, right? But I also know you've made several knives since then, right? And so you've had a chance to be able to iterate over that process. Could you talk about what you've learned as you iterated, multiple knives? So what did you learn and how did that impact how you made future ones?
So one of the things I learned is that the type of metal that I've used. So in that time, I've learned to make the knife within 4 hours. But the biggest selling point was like the type of material, because in a sense, the process is upcycling. So one of my favorite materials to use then is saw blades. I think they're great. They're either tempered or not, and the tempered ones that I do get, I feel like really save off time, so I could end up developing the knife in less than 4 hours, to be honest. With the saw blades, they come in super straight, and I don't have to worry about it being warped when trying to shape the knife in the forge. So, but based on like material wise, saw blades and other types of sheet metal, I seem to lean a lot towards. I'd really love to make Damascus though. I've tried that a bunch while I was here, but it just never seemed to turn out right.
So I've got two questions for you. I'm just going to ask them one after another. So I saw in a lot of your earlier projects that you generally started with a foam core model, which is interesting because you're talking about like metal, but then you kind of start off with something that's very much not metal. Can you talk about why that was such an important step in your process and how it informed your metal creations?
Yeah, so whenever I was coming up with something, say the grill, I'd usually start off with a sketch to get a rough idea, but the foam core was a great opportunity to really translate those measurements and the shape of it into like the real world. So then when you move to the metal portion, because it's usually like hot glued, you can break it apart, and I thought it translated really well into tracing it out on the sheet metal. So then you, in a sense, you only have to cut once. So I'm basically like measuring 3 times and cutting once, which is a good rule I like to follow.
Nice, very good. And then my second question is, and you touched on this just a little bit, but I'd like to hear a little bit more. You also studied anthropology.
Yes.
Which kind of, you mentioned, kind of gave you an opportunity to go and observe people and learn how people work. Can you touch on any specific, instances or cases when you were able to kind of pull something that you learned in one of your anthropology classes and it really applied to something that you were doing in creative technologies?
So during my time in anthropology, I really learned how to do observational studies. And for my capstone, I did about like a 2-hour observation through a weekend on the Beltline to observe like certain accidents that could happen, how people behave, and what kind of people were riding specific things. Like during the Beltline, I found that it's not really kids or like teenagers riding those electric scooters. It's more of people who just come out drunk from bars, because the Beltline's just lined with them.
Okay. Great. Thank you.
I think your project or your presentation did a good job of, all the projects you talked about really related to your theme. But what I found interesting is that for your future plans, you're looking to getting into microelectronics manufacturing, which seems very different from making knives and things like that. So what made you decide that that's the path that you want to go into?
I've been a huge fan of just like PC hardware and like how it's designed and the process it is, but also one of the courses that they offered was like material fabrication. So you go more into like the chemistry aspects of certain things and like how certain boards are made and everything. I found that really fascinating.
Cool. Thank you. Other questions, comments, and feedback?
So when they talk about fabrication in microelectronics, they may be talking about etching aluminum on silicon wafers, as opposed to fabrication in the sense that we think of fabrication. So you may want to look carefully at that.
Okay.
So having an interest in microelectronics and stuff, is there a reason why you didn't do PCBs with your capstone project?
I did design two PCBs actually for my capstone project. During my time like working with the LoRa modules, I learned that there are only like 4 pins that outputted power. So in those pictures, that's for the deadline, I had to pivot and use a proof board, because trying to attach jumper wires and everything, I think would compromise a lot of the ergonomics for the user to wear during user testing.
I guess I'm not sure if that answers the question. So you mentioned
okay.
that you mentioned that you developed 2 printed circuit boards.
Yes.
Right. Which would have given you the opportunity to kind of break out those power pins. So can you kind of talk specifically as to why the PCBs maybe didn't work, or what the pivot there was?
Okay. So the pins on the LoRa module, I routed them wrong on the first PCB. So I had to redo it, but in order to kind of meet the deadline to pivot a bit, I used a proof board instead. Because the enclosure that I designed, if I were to use the jumper cables, I feel like I had to make it bigger. And if I made it bigger, it wouldn't have fit on the wrist guard. And it would have probably caused some possible like scratching or pinching for the users.
How many jumper cables do you think it would have taken to fix the issue?
4 or 5.
Okay. And that would have made the enclosure bigger?
I would have had to make it bigger because I had it really compact. So plus I think it would cover up the button for the user to press and the LCD. Like I just felt like they would get in the way.
Yeah, I'm not sure I see it that way. So like I mean, the enclosure was fairly sizable itself.
Mhm.
I don't know if 4 or 5 wires would have changed that at all.
Okay.
So, but I'd have to look at it more closely. Any other questions or feedback for Bennett?
I think Christian's
Yeah.
trying to
Can you guys hear me all right?
just real quiet.
So,
It's pretty quiet, but we'll listen.
okay. So with the capstone project, how are your transmitters and receivers talking to each other? Were you using the LoRa functionality of the modules, or were you using Bluetooth, or what were you using?
I was using the LoRa functionality, so the packing and unpacking of the data.
Okay. Okay. I was wondering. I used those in my capstone project, so I was just curious. What you're using. Very nice.
Just a small question. If you can go back and choose any of the projects to work more on, which one would it be?
I think it would be definitely be the AirTrex project. I'd really like to update it enough so in a sense you could freely skate if it weren't on, because the way it is now, it needs to be on for you to go forward.
So you've kind of explored this field of kind of, personal electric kind of, propulsion a lot. And so we've seen kind of the proliferation of kind of electric skateboards and things like that. With respect to your electric skates, is that something that people are currently pursuing? Are there like commercial electric skates on the market now, or do you anticipate that that's something that will come out at any point?
So when I was actually making that prototype in 101, I learned that someone was actually trying to kickstart their own, and it was exactly like the vision I had for them. They were called Thunderbirds. Some guy in Europe was developing them. They went just as fast as mine, but overall, the states were separated out. So it was 2 motor controllers and 1 remote control. And while the downside is the first version was wired between the skates, so then it just seemed like that the price that they were asking for was the thing that people weren't looking for. But also there are like the Healy kinds that people ride around and they call them electric skates, but I don't think those really fit.
Do you think there are any specific challenges associated, like with electric skateboard, it feels like you've got a lot of space to kind of really kind of mount everything. Do you think that it would be practical to develop a kind of commercial electric skate, given the constraints of the size of the hardware, or do you think that kind of we're getting to a point where that is possible to do?
I feel like we're definitely getting to a point where like the technology's there to make it extremely compact. The design that I saw is that the motor controller and everything was built into the bracket of the skate, where the wheels are. Overall, I feel like a big issue for why people haven't jumped on the idea for a commercial point of view is the safety issues. While like electric skateboards, you see them on the road and everything, not every state has made it in a sense street legal, but people still do it, even though they can go up to like 60 miles an hour now. It's just a big health and safety issue for them.
Yeah, I can imagine. So 60 miles an hour on a skateboard sounds insane.
Especially on a mono wheel.
Oh,
It's so scary.
It's part of some like that.
So, great. Any final questions for Bennett? All right, thank you very much, Bennett.
Thank you.
You want me to start early?
We'll give you a couple minutes,
Okay.
so everything's all right. That'll give me a chance to kind of get everything squared away here.
I told my parents, I said, mute yourselves and come in. And your seat out. That's it. Just gotta make sure everything's good and completed. Added some extra stuff.
Okay, I'll refresh it just to make sure.
Takes your time.
We'll give it to
Yeah. Just the budget. Huh? I don't think so. Okay, yeah, it's got pretty heavy now, but. Get away on. I think the biggest issue for me is just gonna be talking loudly. Cause,
Project through the.
yeah,
voice.
I'll work on it.
I know yesterday there were a few people who were kind of speaking a little bit softer and it's hard to hear across
Yeah.
the Zoom.
And like, I realized I practiced this morning again, but I realized there's some things that I just talk too much about because I get passionate about it and I gotta stop talking about it. But let's see.
You're ready whenever you are. Alex.
Okay, so this is my portfolio review. A little bit about me, though. Is that my name is Alex Brice. I am 22 years old. I am from Beulah, Georgia, and I am a creative tech major, business minor. So that's me on the left. And my personality I describe as I am very outgoing and into sports. So this is a picture of me playing golf right here. And then I'm also an Eagle Scout, something that's a big part of my life. But then the most important thing I think defines me is that I'm a huge nerd. So here's a picture of me and my friend at an anime convention last year. And so that kind of ties into my portfolio theme, which is expressing Japanese culture through physical and digital fabrication. And I focus more on the video game, anime aspects, and also just providing a little bit of feel for how Japan is and how it looks. And so the first project, what I wanted to do was for 101, it's actually the first project I made in creative tech, was I wanted to focus on the classic arcade machines, and this is Street Fighter 2 here, while also incorporating my favorite manga series, which is Naruto. And I wanted to find some way to combine these two together. And so what I did was I created this thing called the Retro Box, which essentially is more focused on the video game side. However, what it is it uses a Raspberry Pi 3 and the RetroPie software to emulate these classic arcade games like Frogger and all the way up to Game Boy Advance games from 2006 and 7. But in a bunch of consoles in between, like NES, SNES, Sega systems, all that. And so all you have to do is take an HDMI, hook it up to a TV, plug in the power cord, and it turns on, you're good to go, and you're ready to play games. And so the Naruto aspect is I wanted to provide a bit of aesthetic and personal feel to it. So I printed out a collage of a bunch of the panels and put it as the cover of the top right here. And so here's two pictures of them playing two games. This is, I hooked it up yesterday and it still works. So this is a picture of it on the left. And then this is playing Street Fighter 2 on the right. This was from 4 years ago. So, and so focusing more on the anime side, this is Goku from Dragon Ball Z and Dragon Ball Super. And the main thing about him is that he has these transformations where he gets more powerful, and through each transformation, his hair color changes to a different color. The least powerful being on the left, and then the most powerful being on the right. It goes from yellow, red, blue to white. And to incorporate this aspect in advanced prototyping, we created pop art PCBs. And so I designed my PCB to be shaped like Goku from the back. This is the design in EZDA. And then here's a GIF or GIF of the different transformations going from white or yellow, red, blue, and then white by clicking the button. I wanted to keep the LED or neopixels on the bottom the same to represent his gi and the white symbol on the back right here. And then just have the hair change because that's the only thing that's changing when he transforms. So I wanted to kind of keep that all together. So also in advanced prototyping, we created a desktop device which used screen scraping technology where it takes data from websites and presents it to you in real time based off of what's being shown. Oops. And so the two main aspects for my theme are the date and time over here. As for Tokyo, Japan, there's a nice picture of a pagoda there. And then also presenting the current stock price of Nintendo, which is a very famous Japanese video game company. And then the two extra ones that I had were presenting the weather for New York City and also a custom screen that would take data from a website called isjonahhillstillfat.com and will present you with the body status of Jonah Hill. At the time, it's Jonah Rogan because he was training with or not Seth, Joe Rogan. But now currently I checked it and it's Jonah the Dude because he's got hair like Big Lebowski. So this project is also from Advanced, but this is my favorite project I've ever worked on in Creative Tech. And I wanted to, Zane presented us with the idea of this creating a video game on a gamepad. And so immediately my first thoughts were, okay, well, let me just make my favorite video game of all time, which is Earthbound. But then I realized there's a lot of aspects to go into it. So instead I dialed it back to the game before Earthbound, which was Mother, which is this game, which was released in 1989. And so I wanted to take all the aspects of the simplicity with the sprites on the background here, just the text at the top and showing the name and the health and all that at the bottom. And I also wanted to incorporate that with the old Dragon Quest game. This is Dragon Quest 1, where it tells you the commands at the top, like fight, spell, run, item, those different aspects. And also, I wanted to incorporate the D&D campaign that me and my friends were running at the time, which here are some two characters from those. And so I wanted to combine all three of these aspects into one, and I created this game called Malice, which this is Malice right here. This is the final boss. How this game works is you're presented with 3 different fights. Each fight is more increasingly difficult than the last. And so when you get into the fight, there is an RNG or random number generator aspect where the amount of damage that you do or the spells that you use and also the enemy's attacks and spells are all randomized in terms of how much damage they do. However, you can choose 3 different things to do. So you can either attack, defend, or spell. Each of them do a different thing. Attack will do a random amount of damage. You can also crit on those attacks and do twice as much damage. Defend will take half as much damage from the enemy's attack. And then spell will choose a random spell from about 12 spells, each with their own different effects. And so because of this, there is a mix between the duality of skill and randomness. And so every time you open up the game, there is a completely fresh new feel, and it's almost a different game because of the different things that can happen. And so just here's a design of the PCB and then a picture of the PCB. And this is also taken from last night of it still working and being played. And so it's hard to see at the top, but you can see like the different text saying what's happening. And then also when you use a spell, your mana will go down and then it would show the victory screen, and the victory jingle is actually from the original Final Fantasy. So focusing more on video games, freshman year, I told myself and I told my friends, this is when the Switch was new, it had just come out that previous year. I told my friends, I said, I would not buy a Nintendo Switch unless Smash Bros. Was announced for the Switch. Had not been announced yet. So flash forward to spring of 2018, I was sitting in my room and I watched the reveal trailer for Smash Bros. And as soon as I saw that, I went on Amazon and bought a Switch for $400. And this is important because this is the first huge major financial decision I've made with my own money. And so it was a very big deal for me because this is the first thing that I had that was like, I bought this with my own money. And so to emphasize this for the Fusion 360 class, I decided to model a Nintendo Switch, each with the Joy-Cons, the console, and the dock. And so here's a view of them expanded and then all together here. And then there's also a drawing that I made in Fusion of the different dimensions of each and detailed views of the model. But I didn't realize how much was actually in a single Joy-Con. I thought it would just be, 5 buttons, but there's actually a lot of different small details that wouldn't be noticed otherwise unless you were actually looking at them. So it was a big challenge, but I think the final result was very good. So that ties more into my capstone project, which is also focused on video games, specifically not a Japanese video game, but is on League of Legends, which is a very popular MOBA, which stands for Massive Multiplayer Online Battle Arena. But basically, the game is played on PC. It's on phone now, but originally it was on PC. But it pits 2 teams of 5 against each other. Each player chooses a specific champion who has their own role that they do in the game, and each of these champions have a different, basically, place in the map where they're supposed to go and be at a certain time. And because the game is very difficult, there's a huge skill gap between players. Like some players are not so great at the game, some players are really good at the game. So I wanted to focus on the players that weren't so great. And so my problem statement was that these low skill level players are having difficulty with their positioning and their situational awareness while playing the game. They don't understand it as much as these higher level players. So I decided to create this thing called Winions, which is a software made in processing, 900 lines of code in processing, that basically presents the user with a scenario down here where you shows the different icons of where you are and where the enemy and the teammates are. And based on this scenario, they're supposed to choose 5 different buttons here at the bottom: top, jungle, mid, bottom, and recall, signifying where they will go and what they will do in that situation. And based on what they choose, it links them, each answer links them to a different video that will show pathing, where to ward, and where to basically where to go and what to do in those situations. And it also provides them with a small little tip here that correlates the lane that they are in with the answer that they chose. And then each score or each answer is given a score from 1 to 5, 1 being the worst, 5 being the best. And at the end, the score is tallied and presented to you here, along with some emotes based on how well you did. But some feedback I got from this, which I had previously thought, but it was more of a confirmation, was that I didn't provide enough information for each scenario. Like a lot of my stakeholders wanted to know the time that was happening in the game, wanted to know the availability of different objectives and other things like that. And there was also not a lot of clarification what certain symbols meant. But one of my stakeholders thought that it'd be a really good idea to implement this entire program into a much larger tutorial program, because he thinks that the current one is not so great. So it'd be a good idea, if I were to continue this in the future, to create an entire tutorial program and then just have this be a small part of it. And so for future plans, I'm actually currently working at Ingenium Plus as a software engineer. I started yesterday. It's my first day. And that's going great. It's software consulting. So I went on our website yesterday and did some user testing for finding errors. And also I would like to continue working on this video game concept I had since freshman year called Yomi. And this is actually some concept art that I made for the Exit Hackathon. And so you can see the Japanese influence. This is actually, Yomi is the name of their underworld. So their hell is Yomi. And so I wanted to take, mix that with the classic like roguelike platformers like, or roguelike games like Binding of Isaac, something like that, and implement that all into a video game. And I'd like to work more on that in the future, now knowing that I can code video games from advanced prototyping. And so that's all I got.
Thank you very much. All right, let's open it up for comments, questions, and feedback.
Yes, so for your capstone, I haven't played League of Legends, but I have the idea of how it works and everything. Because I know it can be very complicated in terms of all these characters that you can be. 5 players all interacting, and so there's all kinds of different, there's a huge variety of scenarios you may be in. But I saw that you had like 5 choices that you could choose. How did you narrow down the almost infinite array of possibilities to 5 meaningful choices?
So the 4 choices, the top, mid, bottom, and jungle, those are the 3 of them are the 3 lanes. So top lane, mid lane, bot lane, and then everything in between is designated by the jungle. It is called jungle. So I decided to make those the 4. So this is another thing my subject and my stakeholders said would be a lot better is instead of making it that generic 5 buttons, make it a little bit more specific. Like, what answer 1 would be, I would go top lane and do this instead of just saying top lane. But yeah, I had an issue with focusing on the wide variety of all the things that could happen. So instead, I kind of just decided to go a little bit more general and just since this is designed for newer players, it's if you're in this general situation, maybe choose this answer or something like that. But I think being a lot more specific on those answer choices would have helped out a lot.
What do you think that process would look like if you tried to scale it up where it was more specific?
It would take a lot of time, I think, because there's a lot of different, like you said, there's a lot of different scenarios that you can be in. I think I would definitely, I think I could definitely do it and focus more on the specifics, but I think it would just take a lot more time than usual. But
cool, thank you. So I've got a question about your theme. And so the idea was kind of, being inspired by Japanese culture and using that as a touch point in your designs. And a lot of times when studying cultures, you begin to kind of, appreciate some various aspects of it. And so my question is as you kind of, studied and kind of threw yourself into these kind of particular aspects of Japanese culture, what stood out to you? What appreciation did you gain about the culture through making these projects?
So it's not necessarily appreciation, but one thing that I did learn, so I've always been into Japanese culture, not just starting at Barry, but I've learned that they are not as into like video games and anime as a lot more Americans are. More Americans are focused in are into the Japanese like weeb culture, as it's called. But there's a lot less of those kind of people in Japan. They're just kind of like, it's like how like Marvel is here, is the anime for them is like Marvel for us. We're just kind of like used to it, and so they are too. So they're not as geeky for it as we are, and so that's something I think I found pretty interesting.
Thank you. Other comments or questions?
Yeah, how do you think you're gonna start off on Yomi? Yeah, what do you think that process is gonna be?
So I only showed one concept art, but I do have a concept art that I made for the hackathon of the main character and what he would look like at the end game. And so there's a lot of stuff on his body that is derived from these different Japanese gods and stuff. So like there's a dragon chest plate for like Ryujin, the dragon god. And then there's like a bunch of different symbols on his body. So I think it would be cool to have him, as he progresses the game, beats these different bosses, get a armor item for defeating each of these bosses. But then I also have mechanics that I made. And so what I want to start with is fleshing those out more. And so how that works is he has 4 different stances, and each of them give him different buffs and debuffs to his stats. So like one stance will give him increased speed, but will decrease his attack power and stuff. And so I want to focus more on that. And basically, to get started in the coding wise, I kind of just want to make the main menu, just get that working, and then have it load into the first level instead of like actually fleshing out the first level. I just want to get it for the hello world aspect. I just want to start from the start screen and then have it go into the next screen and see if I can get that working. Definitely will be a long-term project, but I think I can make it work pretty well. So we'll see.
Cool, thank you.
I'm excited to kind of just apply myself again with that video game aspect.
So kind of along those lines, so you mentioned that yesterday you had your first day on a job at a software development company. Can you take us through kind of your progress throughout the CRT program with becoming more familiar and kind of competent with programming? That's
so yeah. When I
you
came
seem really
in,
proud about the 900 lines of code that you wrote.
Yeah.
So I want to kind of like, where did you start, and then how did you kind of grow and progress?
Yeah, so I actually started in high school. I took AP computer science in high school. Didn't do super great because it was something very new, but it was also with Java, which is really easy to start out with. But then coming here, I was kind of nervous for the coding aspect. I was actually I wanted to do creative tech, but I was nervous that I wasn't going to be able to, succeed because I didn't know how to code. And so starting out with the first few projects, I had to look for help a lot. I was like, I don't know how to do this. I don't know how to do this. I Google a lot of stuff. And so I really was not confident at all. And the first time that I became confident in actually coding was the gamepad for advanced prototyping, because it was something that I was passionate about, something I really wanted to do. And so I focused a lot of my time on it. And then after that, I kind of realized like, oh, this is actually really simple. If you just know the lingo and know what the conceptual stuff about it, all you need to do is just kind of write it down and it's there and you can get it going. And so I applied that knowledge to my capstone because I had taken processing classes with Chris, but I wasn't as confident in processing as I was with Arduino until I realized that it's very similar and it's almost the same language. And so I just kind of translated some stuff over and I was like, okay, let me start from the beginning. Let me define my variables and then let me create all these void functions and stuff. And so I think as time went on, as I was working more, I was learning more and therefore I was getting better.
That's good. Thank you very much.
So, okay. So for for the video game that you're thinking of making, this is actually more like a comment about it. So if you do want to continue with that, there is a YouTube channel that I think could be a pretty great resource for you. It's called Extra Credits.
Mhm.
They usually do a lot of videos on video game design and project management in the video game industry, and occasionally like different social things that you might need to be aware of when making a video game that I think you might find very interesting if you do decide to continue with this project.
Yeah, thank you. I'll look into that for sure.
So along those lines, do you have a specific kind of platform that you would be developing the game for? Because you developed one for a
Yeah.
gamepad, which is kind of relatively niche.
Limited.
And so would you look at other kind of platforms, either something in processing or something more professional like Unity?
Yeah, I think Unity is the big one because I know a lot of people when they think Unity, they're like, oh, 3D. It's like you don't have to make a 3D game. Cuphead was made in Unity. So I think that Unity would be good because the issue that I ran into with doing the gamepad was space. And I pretty recently wanted to go back and add a lot more, but I realized I can't because of the limited space that I was given. So definitely using a more professional software would be ideal for creating that vision, I guess.
Okay. Yeah, and like Christian said, and I know Chris has certainly used some really good Unity resources. I think Unity is a great choice, and thankfully, I think there's a lot of open source resources and tutorials for being able to kind of pick that up. And I think it would give you a wide variety of distribution options as well, if it was something at some point you really wanted to share widely.
Also, use of C# as a language, which I think is very natural, like go from processing and something Java based on C# to very natural flow.
And that kind of reminds me, with the coding, it's very similar to the language of real life, where when you learn one language, another language is kind of similar, and so you're able to learn that easier. And so I think, like what you said, it's easy to go from the processing Arduino code to the C#. That's how I kind of relate it, is just learning languages in real life, which I'm not great at doing, but coding is a little bit easier. But
So this is kind of an interesting question. So you mentioned that like with like anime and things like that, you know, Americans seem to have more of an obsession for it than the Japanese do. Do you ever plan on visiting Japan? And if so, what are you going to do while you're there? And are there any things that you think will be different than what you've expected them to be?
so I would love to visit Japan. That's like my number one visit spot outside of the US, obviously. I will say, I think anime has given not me, but also a lot of other people kind of these expectations that don't really fit. Like there's a lot of like school anime or like slice of life where people just walk around, but that's not how it is at all. It's actually like a lot different. But yeah, I would love to visit. And what I think I would do is I would just like to just go around and just look at everything. I don't really want to interact with anything. I kind of just want to be able to just walk around and visit all these different like shrines and like statues and parks and stuff like that. Just kind of like, I like the nature, I guess, of it all more than the stuff within it. If that makes sense.
Any final questions? Great, thank you, Alex.
Awesome.
Oh, I did have one.
Okay.
Did you come in as CRT or did you come in as something else?
No, I actually came in as mathematics. Yes, I came in as a math major. Took my first semester with a math major. I actually came into 101 still as a math major. And it wasn't until halfway through 101 that I decided to switch over to creative tech, because I'd always been interested in like tinkering and like using my hands. Like I would always take pens apart in class and see how they work and all that. And so I was like, well, what's something I can do that kind of takes that, but also I can put my own interest and twist on, and creative tech is it. So
Cool, thank you very much.
awesome. Good job. I gotta stick to Chase, right?
Yeah,
Sweet.
come on in, Chase. So
Am I good to go?
you are, yeah. Thank you, Bennett.
Thank you.
Nervous.
It's all right. You got a couple minutes to kind of stretch and relax. So we'll give people a few minutes to join in.
So how did you decide to take 101?
I think I had a friend, I think it was actually Nick, because Nick was in my my math class. And I asked him what his major was, and he said creative tech, and I was like, what's that? He was like, oh, it's like it's like building, prototyping.
Hunter.
Create.
That's
I'm
Taylor
like,
Mitchell.
oh, that's cool.
Whoa,
So
what's up, Taylor?
Disgusting.
on to
What's up, guys?
Oh my, that guy's there?
And this place is really cool.
Taylor, you're disgusting.
And it basically had my
Oh,
expectations.
what's up?
Classic.
Sleep.
Like,
It would make everyone happier.
I'd always liked that. So
What's up, Taylor?
Take a class here and see.
Oh, Josh.
It's been a little while since our talk when it was snowing.
Obviously, it went well.
Yeah, that was.
Oh my.
Are you in Atlanta, Taylor?
I am till. Well, I leave tomorrow actually, but
Where are you headed out to?
back to California.
Okay. So are you stationed out there or?
It's learning, just doing like Arabic out there right now. Learning the.
Are you learning Farsi?
No, it's like I'm doing MSA, like modern or standard Arabic.
Okay, nice. How's that coming along?
It's good. I'm ready to graduate, but it's good.
How long you been in it?
I've been studying it for a year now.
Wow.
Mm.
All right. So what happens after that?
I'll go to Texas for some training, and then I'll actually end up in Augusta, stationed in Augusta ultimately. So that's kind of crazy.
So at any point, are they going to send you abroad?
Yeah, most likely. I don't know, you don't ever really know till the last second, but most
Sure.
likely.
Okay. So
I hope so. Anyways.
yeah, because they're starting to scale down a little bit, if I remember correctly.
So why did your company start you on a Friday?
Well, I had expressed. Well,
So are you just in Atlanta visiting, or?
And was like, hey.
Yeah, I had a week of leave and
I told
home and
going on, and then they
hanging out and
You decided to come hang out with
at
Hunter?
the end of the week instead of get.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, man.
He's like, cool. When can you start? And I was like, I can start.
I guess he does have that new nice pad. So
So I just.
all my friends live here. They all lived in one place. It's You don't nice.
have friends. Don't lie to us.
There's like 5
Hate to
people
hear
on
it.
the team, so,
All right, Paul.
Travis.
Oh, yeah.
And I don't know if you know Ryan Stanford. Graduated with 3 years.
So we're gonna be starting again in about 3 or 4 minutes. So y'all can kind of chill till then.
But yeah,
Chase.
Chase.
What brings you to my
I
domain?
need you to.
So they're gonna let a guy like you graduate CRT.
Not if we stop him.
Yeah, let me see. Can I put zeros for everything on this form?
Every morning after one meeting.
See, the program's really gone down the drain.
As soon as we graduated, creative tech just went to hell in a handbasket. Look at that. Don't let anybody in now.
Uh-huh.
What's your presentation on, Chase? Is toaster PCs?
Yeah.
You know what?
Hey guys, my theme is just memes and periods that I send to group chats to try and stimulate conversation.
Yeah.
When I load up his presentation, I want you guys to pay special attention to what his presentation is titled up in the Google Slides title format. Because I don't think you ever actually changed it.
Oh, I did it. You're right. Huh.
Yeah. It's good.
You have to be the best with us.
So how are we doing on time? 3 minutes? Yeah. Do you have anyone who's going to be joining, Chase?
Oh my gosh, Rachel.
Nope. I
Hi, Rachel.
don't know.
Hi, Taylor.
Really want anybody to see.
Rachel, how's life?
It's okay. We recorded. Put it
Good,
on.
you know. Every day has turned into being something different, so.
There you go.
That's a good way to live,
I
yeah.
like that.
Keeps things interesting.
Yep.
You don't have time for an existential crisis. Everything's changing.
Exactly.
Everything is staying the same, and I'm losing it over here. What is life about?
Chase Sumner's portfolio. Nice.
I like that.
So, all right, Chase, we are ready for you.
Cool.
Whenever you are ready to
Is this
start.
the clicker here?
It is.
Cool. Oh, yeah.
So actually, real quick, before you click, I have to click on this thing to make it actually do a thing. There you go. All right. Sorry about that.
So do I go back to the first slide or do I start?
You can go back from first and give us a start.
Cool. Okay. So, hey guys, for those of you that don't know me, my name is Chase Sumners, and this is my portfolio critique. And just a little bit about me, just to start this off. I'm a creative technology major, and I'm also a business administration and web development minor as well.
And just for a little bit about me, for those that know me or don't know me, for those that know me, you may not like realize this, but I tend to think of myself personality-wise as a pretty adventurous kind of guy. And also, maybe not that much of an outgoing, but a pretty fun one. From doing things like impulsively buying a dirt bike over the summer and having my dad call me idiot for doing that, to me going backpacking up in the mountains for a couple of days. I like to have fun, I like to do things. And kind of the real duality in this sense is, while I do like to do all this stuff and I can't sit behind a computer all day, well, I do have a passion for actually solving problems on a computer, and I do like to do that. And this kind of all started in high school at Adairsville when I actually got an internship under my school technician, where from there I actually just solved problems that would hand me it on a sheet of paper, write down what the problem was, gave me the computer and said, all right, here you go, solve it. And that was something that was really cool to me, and that's something that I actually really enjoyed, was that puzzle kind of solving aspect. So when I was looking at Barry, I kind of saw two things that I really liked. One, I actually came in as a creative technologist or creative technology major. And I really liked the problem solving aspect from the creative solution from a user perspective. I really thought that was pretty interesting. And that's one of the reasons why I liked it. And another one was I actually liked this. I saw this as another way for me to actually grow my technological knowledge and get better at troubleshooting. And from there, I actually kind of started my own side business. I took it over from Joshua Cutter, who had it originally, and me and Clay actually ended up running it. We kind of slowed down near the end today, but it was something that was really fun to do and I actually enjoyed. So following that comes my theme, which is developing technologies to make work-related tasks more efficient. And just a little bit about into this, my first project is actually the Clicker Picker. And this actually literally is my first project that I ever created in CRT. It was in CRT 101, and this is also one of my more favorite ones that I've ever built. And kind of what this was, is this was actually designed to pick up golf balls fast and efficient. It was really cool to do. And the reason why this actually got built was because I was a cart guy. Now, I wasn't this old, but this is kind of an idea of what I looked like. That was kind of my style there. And I had three main responsibilities, which was taking care of carts, taking care of golfers, and taking care of the range, which is where the problem actually was. It was at the range. Now, you might be asking me like, how can golf balls be really hard to pick up when you have this picker that you guys drive? People try to hit you with. Well, we're not allowed to drive this on top of the tee box, which is where the main problem was. And because it wasn't really a golf cart, it was actually a big tractor that I was driving. And actually, I had to learn how to drive a big green tractor. But we couldn't drive it because it would sink into the ground and leave these tire marks all over the top of the tee box where golfers actually hit from. So, but it wasn't all bad. I had these shag bags. They're pretty cool. I could jam them in and I could pick up golf balls that way. It was definitely easier than picking them up by hand. That was what we were using. You could have about 30 before you actually had to reload or empty your magazine. But they were really nice to use at the time. And that's what we mostly used. But when you're dealing with this, it still kind of sucks on the top of the tee box. And I'm not even kidding you. That's what it did look like. On a Saturday and Sunday in which I work, the most busiest days when people get off, that's what the top of the tee boxes looked like, which is ultimately why I developed this. And as you can see from this, it actually rolls it up, puts it in the basket. And from there, you can actually take that basket out and put it in that green basket, which golfers hit from, which is really cool to see. And the reason why it is one of my favorites is because when I developed this freshman year and actually built it, I went back, I think 2 years later or a year later, and this thing was actually still being used. When I went back there, I saw someone down there using it. It was really cool. Given it wasn't a cart guy that was using it, but it was still being used by this old golfer. He was actually using it around the putting green, which is really cool to see. So following this, I have my next device that I created, which was the pry tool. Now, the pry tool wasn't actually what it was originally when I was using it, I must admit. Before, it was actually a scraper type device that was made in 399. It was one of the mini projects that we were creating. In this, I just decided, I'm just gonna create something that, I'm just gonna scrape gum off the bottom of my shoe. It's not really gonna be that much interesting of a project. But I ended up using it for something totally different from what its original purpose was. And originally, what I actually did end up using it was designed to make opening up laptops easier and faster. Because that business that I mentioned, right, that I was talking about, Cypher IT, when I actually doing it, when we were first starting, we didn't really have the best tools. And what I mean by that, before we were kind of using these stupid blue guitar picks to open up laptops. And the problem with those is that they were flimsy, they were bendable, and they were weak. So you can only get about like 2 uses before they actually start to bend and, I don't know, buckle and break. So you had to, well, they just weren't that great, to be honest with you. And that's why I made that one, that's why I made the pry tool, or not made it, but that's why I ended up using it. I had it in my bag one day and I was working on a girl's laptop and I just kind of took it out and it ended up working really well. And that's what I used for the majority of the time. And just a little bit more about that is actually, there's a cool process in which we're doing with this extruder. And you would throw up just plastic in there, it would get really hot. And as it's turning, you would push that plastic out into this acrylic that we actually laser cut. And that was the original shape that I kind of developed. And this is kind of a rough outline of what you got from when you're doing that, but you end up sanding it down and it looks a lot better than that. But when you're doing this whole process, it gets really hot, so you quickly run over to the sink, cool it off with water, then you stay there for 5 minutes, and you get kind of a rough outline where you then sand it down. However, the problem then lied when we were starting that business and we didn't really have the best tools. Sadly, I just didn't end up using this as much because, well, me and Clay, we were like, we're getting more and more business, so we actually got to get better tools. So with that came better kits that we had, which actually had better pry tools in mind, since this wasn't originally what it was developed for. And following this, going to advanced, we kind of have my next project, which is Mighty Mouse. And well, Mighty Mouse was another project that we made. And well, its main purpose was it was designed to help you if you had a broken finger. And I know it doesn't look like much, but it was an ergonomical or challenge that we had to create. And the kind of the story that goes behind this problem is I was on a Discord call with one of my friends actually, and he had broke his finger. I forget how, but he had like sprained it or broke it. And he was talking to me, he's like, yeah, I'm having a lot of fun trying to do this schoolwork and do all these tasks online to actually get it done. I can't really move my finger, Chase. So when we were tasked with designing a mouse, I thought, well, having one that was, well, more flat would actually be better suited for the task. So when developing it, I wanted it to be to where they could rest on it. So, and the cool thing about this was we actually ended up using kind of clay to actually kind of test some of how it would be when you're actually holding the mouse, and you can kind of get that right ergonomic feel for it. And you would actually end up making a casting, and it would end up being this white kind of look when it comes out. And I honestly should have kept the white because I think it does look better than this black, but it is what it is, I guess. And for my final project in my capstone one that I had, it was called Picklock. And Picklock, I told you guys how about I worked in bits. Well, I worked in there for a very long time, 4 years now. And this was actually designed to make having the user go through the password making process a lot easier and faster. And kind of where the problem lied in this is here's kind of the problem space that I currently have, which is very college students have difficulty resetting their passwords for AD, inadequate instructions, blah, 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 blah. Now, what I mean by this here is when they get up to a page like this, they don't really know what they're typing in. For a new user, when they get up to this page and they start typing in credentials, they do struggle because then they have to call me on the phone and ask me, hey, what are the credentials for this? And I'm like, oh, the 9 to 16 characters, uppercase, lowercase, one special character, blah, 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 blah. I got to tell them all that stuff. And this did affect my work. in a lot of cases, this password reset here, and the verifications, because when I'm on the phone with someone and I get a call saying something along the lines of, you know, I'm not receiving emails on my Outlook application, but I am receiving them on my phone. Well, there's only one way to really confirm that that's true, and it's the problem with the Outlook application. You tell them to go to mail.berry.edu and see if they're receiving emails there. And if they are, then you can confirm that's the problem with the Outlook application. But the problem lies in when they can't get signed into that, and I have to make them do a password reset. Then I get to this huge part where I'm struggling to do that. Then I got to tell them to come into the help desk to where I can actually just watch them type and see if their caps lock's on, which in most cases actually is. And so with that being said, my solution for that, and I have a couple solutions, but the first one is actually to have criteria listed. And the cool part about it is it would turn green as you're typing. So you would kind of know where you're at. And you can actually see your password. This would be very helpful for most users. And it would have a matching feature to let them know if they're matching or not. And the other cool part in which we wanted to create and come up with was this photo verification setup. So instead of having a challenge question, you'd actually have a photo to associate your word with. Now, for example, for me, I still associate my 8th grade biology textbook with the word photosynthesis for some reason. I have no idea. I guess it was because we talked about plants a lot, but that's what I ended up doing. I ended up associating this biology textbook with that word there, which is kind of cool. And just a little bit more about kind of what it would look like in action is kind of like as you're typing it, you know, this is actually from a user actually testing it. You know, as he's typing it, he sees that it's actually going, he confirms it, oh, it's matching. So he can actually create his password then, which is actually pretty helpful. Which, following that, we go into the future for me, the great future. So jobs, I'm gonna be honest with you guys, I haven't really applied for any, just due to school and stuff. It's been kind of a stressful semester for me, but there are some stuff that I am interested in. So I am interested in IT stuff, obviously. I'm pretty good at that. Well, I shouldn't say I'm interested in it. It's kind of more or less a fallback. I really don't want to go into IT if I don't have to, you know. But there's some stuff that you could do in it, like you could do PC support technician. They aren't bad jobs to do. There's lots of them out there and they're always in demand. Every business that I know of that I can think of uses a computer in some way. So IT is always a good job. User interface and user experience. These are just some cool stuff that's like in product development that I've always found interesting. Was ergonomics of something, making it fit something. I haven't really looked too much into it, but that is a concept that I actually really like. And the next job that I actually looked into, and this is kind of different from CRT, is being a pilot. Being a pilot is just something that I've always really wanted to do from when I was a kid. And I have a friend that actually, he's so close to getting his hours done, actually getting his pilot's license. And he has a friend that has a plane, and me and him could just go up and I could build hours that way. So training to become a pilot. And there's a lot of cool routes that you could do being a pilot. You can go and fly for FedEx. You can actually go and be a commercial pilot. And this is actually where creative technologies can come in handy. So from what I've heard, is that they actually look for different degrees when you're applying for a job. So if you actually have something that's in music, theater, they're actually more likely to hire you, from what I heard, which is interesting. I would think it would be the opposite. They would look for airline engineering or a field like that. But me applying as a creative technology major, that would actually help me a lot better in that sense. And that's just kind of the end of it. Any questions?
Thank you very much. Do you know why they look for a variety of majors?
Dude, I honestly don't know.
Okay.
This is what I heard from people that were in the industry, like
I would think like
my friend that's flying, and like his whole family, they're like airline. I forgot. Like his dad's an airline mechanic, his brothers all have pilot's license. And that's just kind of what I heard. I'm not sure if that's necessarily true, I should say.
Okay.
But it's just something I heard and just something I felt like it'd be cool.
Right.
Go into that industry.
Okay, weird.
It might be,
I know.
It might be for like the charisma and customer relations aspect.
Yeah, I think it might be also, I don't know, maybe they just want to diversify their pilots. I don't really know. They want to diversify the fields in it. Not sure why, but I think it would help me, you know. So that's where creative technologies would come in handy.
So, yeah, I think there's definitely a article that you should read that I think would help kind of combine kind of interests in flying and creative technologies. It's called How a Cockpit Remembers Its Speed. And it's all about the technologies that they have developed from a user-centered perspective.
Oop, sorry.
So it's all about how to like create a a user interface that allows a pilot to really focus on certain aspects of flying and kind of helps keep information kind of available to the pilot, but not always making the pilot remember everything. I think it's a really fascinating read that would kind of get you thinking about how some of creative technologies could influence the job and the role of being a pilot. And so I'll pass that on to you and share it with you, but I think it's something you might enjoy reading.
Yeah, and as backup reading on that, the whole transition from the old dials and gauges to they call it a glass cockpit.
Yeah.
That's been a huge change in how aircraft work. I know a alum of Berry College named Casey Smith, who owns a financial management company, but he ran his financial management company and flew commercially for several years. I think he did it with whoever the company is that does the regional jets for Delta. Who is that? But if
SkyWest?
it was one like that.
Okay.
But if you want to have a conversation with him about his experience being a pilot, how he got the job, how he did his training, I'd be happy to hook you up.
Oh, yeah, that would always help.
Yeah, you may also reach out to, we have a CRT alum, Aiden Hull, who is a licensed pilot who would probably be kind of happy to chat with you as well. So yeah, he's down in Atlanta, still working with an aircraft company, working on maintaining aircraft, things like that. So he may be a cool person to add as well.
Yeah, that would always help.
I'm going to channel T-Mac Brown here for a second. So he's one of our exterior evaluators who wasn't able to be here this morning with us. And if he was here, I think he would be asking you about the quicker picker.
Yeah.
And the fact that that is really fulfilling a meaningful need and is still getting used. What do you think the marketability of something like that is? And do you think that's something that other golf courses and resorts would want?
So when I was actually looking this up and actually, I thought about like wanting to sell this actually, realistically. Sadly, it's already been made when actually going and looking at this. If you probably type in somewhere in Google, you can actually find this, which is one of the things that sadly I thought I was being original when I was making it. I thought, oh, this is going to be the coolest thing ever, you know, and this is just a thing that I created. But I'm trying to really remember. I think it would be pretty marketable if, you know, the golf courses, if you undercut like the competitors. So I think you could do it, but you know, it just depends on the parts you're making it from. Like this one I made out of PVC pipe, which was pretty cheap.
Yeah, so a lot of times that's called zeitgeist, when you kind of create something, but other people have kind of created it as well. It's not something to get disappointed about. A lot of times that confirms that you were thinking as creatively as somebody else was and have recognized a real need. I think what that would, if you were to pursue that as an opportunity, I think what you would do is you would look at what does exist out there, and are there features or there kind of usability aspects that could be improved on it. And so, yeah, like number of golf balls that it can pick up, the efficiency, how well you're able to kind of transfer it from one bucket to another bucket. So lots of things where, since the concept isn't, you know, holistically unique, thinking about other ways that it could be made better, less expensive, more efficient, would be ways to kind of pursue that.
Yeah, you could mount it on a Roomba.
Sorry?
Mount it on a Roomba.
Yeah, I thought about that, making it like automatic.
Yeah. So, good. So, other bits of feedback or questions for Chase?
Yeah. So regarding your capstone project, the password reset tool,
Yeah.
have you had a chance to like talk to the Barry IT people? I forget who's in charge of that specifically about like updating their password reset screen.
So I haven't talked to Matt. I talked to Amy, and Amy thought it was a really great idea, and she said I could talk to Matt about it. But I just haven't reached out to Matt or anything like that.
Gotcha.
But I've mostly been testing it, with or going about it, asking people from the help desk, what would kind of help in this sense. And that's kind of what I was when I was initially creating this thought and stuff. I was asking them a lot of questions.
So
Users, Barry students.
you initially did some maybe not as I guess structured, but you did get a lot of opinions and like thoughts from your fellow help desk.
Oh yeah, yeah.
That's awesome.
What would the feasibility of implementing something like that be? Because I know like Barry uses kind of, Microsoft. Is there customization that can be done within that ecosystem, or is it pretty locked down to they would have to go talk to Microsoft about changing any aspect of it?
Knowing Barry, they'd have to talk to Microsoft.
So they've just purchased this as a product service. And
honestly, that's after talking with a few people like John and stuff, he's pretty adamant. Like, they went to just Microsoft. But it would be nice if you had that. It would help fix a lot of problems.
Yeah.
Well, and even if you just had a password development helper. I mean, my problem is always, oh, what's my next password going to be?
Oh yeah.
And at some level, I throw spaghetti against the wall until something sticks. And if there were a software package that could shorten that process, where I could use it independently and say, okay, that's my password. And, if you then, I don't know, I'm trying to think,
I get what you're saying. I get that because people do struggle.
So then, in my scope creep, I'm thinking, and then if it just kept track of all your passwords for you, it's always like, what am I going to pick? And it has to have this, and this. And all of the password generators are these gobbledygooks that you can't possibly remember.
Yeah, just a random string of nonsense.
Well, and I think it would be interesting to kind of continue to evolve and develop the design. I think the picture part is definitely novel. And again, it's the type of thing where like even it's developed as a concept work. I know that some of the early like tokenization features that like financial websites use was originally just developed by one guy who then went and sold the concept to various financial institutions. So there used to be they got bought out by, I think, Capital One, but there used to be a financial services company called Orange. And with them, like as part of your, password authorization sign-in process, when you initially set up the account, they had you choose like one of like 10 pictures from a gallery of their choosing. So it's like, an apple or an airplane or, a house. And you would type in your password and it would have you choose a picture that you had originally chosen. So you had to remember kind of what picture you chose. The problem with that system though, is it's still not like particularly secure. What I like about your system is it allows that personalization to have not just an image that, is custom to you, but also a meaningful word that's associated with it that only you would know. And so that it seems like it's an evolution on that kind of older idea, but yours seems to be more secure and more personalized, which I think is more meaningful, as kind of John has talked about when, that versus gobbledygook passwords, people want to choose things that are going to be more memorable. And so if you wanted to pursue that further and kind of develop that out as a concept, I think there are ways that it could be implemented by, companies, even if it wasn't able to be kind of locally kind of controlled by Barry. So I think there's definitely opportunities there. And if you do go into a field of IT, in the interim, maybe an opportunity to kind of meet people who could help you kind of show that to the right people.
Oh.
I would love to hear about your design alternatives and your justification for why you chose the path that you did.
Okay. So for my design alternative, one of them in which we had was, I don't really have a USB with me, but we had the idea of like creating this USB device. It would almost be like not necessarily like a combination lock, but you could be able to like maybe just like either type in your password, plug it in, and it would sync up to it. And you could change your password that way. But the ultimate problem with that, and the reason why I just didn't go with that, is I'm going to be honest, I just didn't feel comfortable building it. I just didn't think it was a very feasible thing for me to build, and I didn't think I was in my scope of building it.
So the idea is, yeah, kind of like a lock or like an unlock or a key, I guess, right?
Yeah,
Where
you
that
could-
has your
yeah.
password or something. Okay, yeah.
You could change it that way too, pretty much. But I just didn't end up going with that just because I just didn't feel comfortable, and I didn't think I could build that in time.
And so you mentioned talking to like some of the users and your stakeholders before you did your project.
Yeah.
After you kind of had it fleshed out, did you go back to them and get feedback?
Oh, yeah.
How do they feel about it?
I went to a couple of people so how they felt about it. A lot of the users really liked the idea and stuff. The main problem that I had with it was kind of the photo password reset. When I was developing this, there was a part that I actually mentioned and left out. Because when they were doing that and they actually completed through it, they were like, okay, what did I just do? So they didn't know that this was going to be some verification system in order to get into the account. So that was the one part that they were iffy on. They were just like, well, just a little bit more context in that sense, and just have something like, you need to remember this in order to get into your account. That would be very helpful. That was one critique that I actually got from it. And other than that, they really did like it. They liked being able to see their password, being able to change it. They liked all those features. But that was the main critique that I pretty much got from it, was that just more instruction.
That's good. Yeah.
I'm actually kind of curious. So I know sometimes when I log into sites and I get the password wrong, it tells me my email or my password is incorrect. And so I don't know if it's the email that's incorrect or the password that's incorrect. So do you think that's something that could be expanded upon and fixed, or is that too dangerous for like hackers and stuff like that?
Something. So you said, tells you whether your email or password.
Yeah, so like
Like if
I
it
don't
just
know,
said-
I don't know if it's the email that's incorrect that I'm using, or if it's the password that's incorrect that I'm using. And so I spend way more time trying both of those than I do just the password.
I believe Barry does that too.
Yeah.
Honest.
Why do they do it that way though?
To stop you from figuring out which accounts exist in the system.
Yeah, because if it told you, oh, the email's correct, but the password's wrong, then somebody trying to hack into your account then verifies, or if it says, oh, your email's wrong, but your password's right.
Yeah.
Like that's given away a bit much about, I'm like, okay, cool, now I know it's right. Yeah, so I think that's a security thing about keeping that obscure. Good. Any other final questions for Chase? All right. Thank you very much, Chase.
Cool.
I do have one comment, which is just when I was in grad school, I was talking with a company down in Florida.
All right. So we're going to take a 1 hour break until 1 o'clock when our next presentation will begin. I'm going to leave the Zoom running. You guys are welcome to stay and chat or hang out, or if you decide to leave and come back, the same Zoom link will be active and you guys can join in at 1 o'clock.
Solid.
They were looking at the time for some of the machine learning on some of their data and stuff.
I was going to forget that. So we're going to get started with our last session. So we have, if I'm not mistaken, 4 presentations left. And so we're going to start off with Cooper. And so I'm going to load his presentation now. And we're going to turn the time over to him. Yes.
I just want to make sure that the dates.
Yeah, thank you for letting me know. Let's do
Thank you.
this. Yeah, so come on up, Cooper, and you are welcome to start as soon as you're ready.
Awesome. Okay.
And nice and loud for the folks on Zoom.
Okay, cool. So first off, I wanted to start off by thanking all of y'all for taking the time out of y'all's Saturday to come out and to take a look at my senior capstone project. and to kind of take a look at an overview of my time here at Hackberry and some experiences I've had here. To talk about myself, my name is Cooper Foster. I'm a creative technologies major with an environmental science minor. Growing up, I've always been an outdoorsy type of guy, going in the field, running in the woods, you know. But around middle school and high school, I started to be a little bit more serious about outdoors. And so I became,
You're fine.
I started getting into Georgia 4-H competitions and focusing more in forestry and wildlife areas. And then I also did envirothon competitions as well. That's another science outdoorsy type competition. Mainly I focused on forestry and that competition as well as aquatics. Another few outlets I have connected to the outdoors is competitive sports. Growing up, I did baseball, and then I kind of swapped over to rowing halfway through my life, and that was really great because I love rowing. It's great to be on the water. Around high school, I noticed I got a lot more on the PC, and I started to look into new things and kind of love to look at different skills that were out there, and I kind of grew into a passion of learning. I love to learn, and so I love Hackberry Labs because you get a lot of hands-on work. The designing aspect and kind of what got me into the field of entrepreneurship, kind of hands-on learning and kind of designing things is actually through my grandfather and my first ever science fair project in high school. With my science fair project, I actually did split hook prosthetics and capacitive touchscreens. My grandfather was unfortunate and lost both of his arms. And so he had split hook prosthetics, which are kind of like pincers. And he had no way to interact with capacitive touchscreens as it was becoming more mainstream and iPhones and Androids. Going into Berry College, I really didn't have a theme that I wanted to, that my projects were based off of, but that kind of shifted around junior year of college. I swapped over actually from BITS, doing PC support, to working with Dr. Cipollini, which is working on the American Chestnut Project and Longleaf Pine Project, sorry. And so connecting technology and the environment to better understand nature and our natural world is kind of the theme I went with, as a lot of my stuff actually was based around connecting actual components in the field and then kind of embedding them into computerized environments to better understand how they work and how it could impact. Starting off with my first project, I actually did a wireless tree cookie. This happened in my junior year of college here at Berry College. It was over a hackathon. And so this actually happened over 2 hackathons, so 4-hour period. The main kind of focus on what did I want to learn from this project in a hackathon was I was really intrigued with QI wireless charging. And so I took apart my plastic QI wireless charger I had, and I figured out how it worked. It actually takes the USB or micro USB power and puts it into electrical current around a coil. And on the magnetic surface, it creates electromagnetic induction field that's alternating. And on the back of our phones, we have another receiving coil that will actually take that input and reverse it and turn it back into power. Also lying around, I had a lot of wood from working with Dr. Cipollini. And so I wanted to kind of figure out a use for that. And so by using outdoors and using kind of the wireless charging, I decided to merge them both into making a wireless tree cookie. And over multiple iterations of it, I started off with a foam core mold just to get the thickness of it to make sure the magnetic field can go through it. My next one, I actually just found some scrap wood around Hackberry Lab and threw it together. This one actually got too thick, and that's because of the wood. And this actually taught me for my last and final product of this one. By sanding down multiple layers of the tree cookie, I was able to like sandwich the QI wireless charger inside of it. Also, a potential of like laser engraving it would look very nice on the desk. My second project was actually through Chris's Fusion 360 class. I took this last semester. For the final project of that class, I decided to choose a windmill. Why I wanted to choose a windmill was During this time, I was very intrigued in kind of like renewable energy, and I've always kind of been intrigued with wind turbines themselves. They're huge, they're kind of awing to look at. And so basically, I decided to apply the Fusion 360 stuff I learned from your class, Chris, into designing a simplified kind of version of the wind turbines. And how wind turbines actually work is basically using wind. It rotates the propeller and the rotor itself, actually rotating a shaft. Because the wind and these things are so big, they actually move very slow. And so the rotations of RPM can't be hooked up directly to a generator. And so they have to usually hook it up to a gearbox, and gear ratio it to like 1 to 9. So every 1 revolution, 9 revolutions would come out. And then it would be able to be connected to a generator, which will take that electricity to a step-up transformer, and then out it would go into the electrical grid. Some things I really learned from this project is the difficulty of designing a real scale object. My goal was to make it an actual life-size model of it. And so, but I quickly determined a lot of assets and bodies on a computer is a lot of just computation power, and I had to simplify it down due to my computer keep crashing. So learning about that really taught me the importance of kind of merging and kind of utilizing Fusion 360 skills to make a more optimized model. My third project was actually a grapple bucket attachment for a tractor. This was my final hackathon for this course, this semester. And so during that 4-hour period, I decided to choose a tractor attachment because before COVID started, I was actually talking with Kabuta about an internship opportunity to figure out how their gear and equipment would interact with the environment and the impacts it would have. And so this hackathon, I wanted to design a grapple bucket in Fusion 360 that you can run through models and kind of different scenarios that you can actually get output for how it actually affects the environment. So you'll be able to run it through simulation through the model. And so by taking a schematic view and a few images, I was able to actually produce a realistic kind of model of what a current Kabuta tractor is being used and the range it has. I did connect hydraulics to it, so it does actually have moving hinges and everything when it's and so moving towards my my senior capstone project, I wanted to kind of give a little bit more background into the why I chose forestry and the importance of it. And around in 2018, they generated around $21.8 billion in revenue in Georgia alone. In the Southeast, 250 billion in the Southeast in general. Some tasks that foresters are responsible with is understanding the complexities of woodland areas and understanding what the needs and caring for the management of these lands are needed. They're also the other responsibilities for them is collecting technical data on estimating volume, marking timber, and basically selling this timber and options and supporting that. Throughout this presentation, I will be actually talking or referring to a acronym called DBH. DBH stands for diameter at breast height. Currently, the standard for foresters is 4.5 feet above the ground around your chest. And so that is your DBH. And then you would actually take the measurement around the tree, and that is the diameter at breast height. So a closer look at my problem space. Foresters have big difficulty determining the DBH of a tree efficiently and accurately when using a logger's tape while censusing a forest stand. Why this is a problem is currently logger's tape and Biltmore sticks are very heavy. They're inconsistent over long measurements of time. Through my background research, I was actually able to get or find studies that show consecutive measurements of using the logger's tape can skew data. And because of how much money is in the forestry field,
getting every little bit out is important. And so making sure that you have good, accurate measurements nowadays, as wood's becoming a little bit more valuable in terms of resource, it will become very important for us to take a little bit more care of woods. What digital DBH actually is it's basically a prototype for measuring tree trunk 4.5 feet above the ground from its base or at diameter at its height. The goal of this project was to actually reduce human error, improve efficiency, and increase accuracy of this process. So during the development of digital DBH, I had two design alternatives to start off with. One being using a phone and putting a dot on a tree, and basically taking a photo of that tree, you can determine the diameter of the dot with pixels, and based off of that, you can use triangulations and pixels to determine the DBH of a tree through a photo. My other idea was a spool kind of rope mechanism that kind of is similar to the logger's tape. By using a rotary encoder, it is actually able to determine the linear measurement and turn it into diameter using just pi and simple mathematical equations. Why I actually decided to go with the second design alternative, or the spool option, is through talking with my forester stakeholders. They were very pro for keeping with the standard 4.5 measurement above the feet. And so by using that kind of spool and rope method, it's a little bit kind of ingrained into their memory. And so it's a little bit easier for them to perform. With Fusion 360 help, or from learning Fusion 360 from Chris's class, I was able to actually design an enclosure in Fusion 360. And this was my actually first time designing something and printing something and 3D printing it. And so this was a really cool process for me to learn, and kind of made me a little bit more confident in my skills in that area. In the end, I was able to get a completed working prototype, and I was able to do field evaluations on it. My current three objectives of this was weight, efficiency, and precision. Because the logger's tape was designed out of metal, it is around 2 pounds in terms of weight, and so it feels like a rock on your side. It's hard, metal, and clunky. Digital DBH is actually lighter than that. It is 3D printed. It fits in your hand a little bit ergonomically, kind of like a phone does, and so it is a lot easier to move around with. And weight-wise, it's a lot lighter to carry on your side. In terms of efficiency, it is a lot faster. And the reason for that is I actually introduced a Save SD button into this. Basically, this allows you to get the measurement on the tree, and then you're able to hit Save to SD, and it will save time instead of you having to take that measurement to write it down. Some of the takeaways and things I would like to do in the future is currently through user testing, I came up with a few, I had a lot of errors in terms of the spool actually getting caught underneath. And so I need to figure out a way to prevent this from happening. And the OLED reading outside is a little hard to do, and SD card access, you have to actually go inside and open it to get inside. My precision is a little off. I believe this is due to the type of encoder I'm using in terms of detents, and in the library of the code, there might be some interruptions I could change to improve this. And kind of what's next. Last summer, I actually worked in an engineering firm over the summer. I worked with programmable logic controllers, and I also did a lot of fiber optics work. And that was really cool, so I might be able to look down that option. More in the forestry field, I got Georgia Forestry Commission and USDA, which have all trained me in this field. And then some other alternative routes is agricultural engineering. Before COVID, I was offered a position in environmental field or environmental department of Buddha, and that might be an intriguing option to go down.
you very much.
All right, let's open it up for questions, comments, and feedback.
Could you expand on how, the logger state, you said it was inconsistent. Do you know why it's inconsistent? Like what causes that to happen?
I'm actually gonna grab this. So with the logger tape, as you do measurements around the tree, there is actually two sides to a tape measure. And so one of these sides is actually the DBH side of the tape measure. And sometimes during my user testing, people would use the wrong side of the tape measure. So that can create, when you write down the long measurement, that can happen. Also, when you're looking in between tick marks of a tape measure, sometimes you're unsure to go up or down. And so that repetitive going over and over again can skew the data in terms of 0.1. And so by adding a little bit more accuracy and making it more computerized, it eliminates that entire thought process of that. And so it makes it a little bit more consistent in terms of measurements for long-term consistent DBH measurements.
Got you. So Dan, could you expand on how you would use digital DBH instead to take that measurement?
Yes, and so by using digital DBH, you would actually just hit the 0 button to calibrate it, and it would start at 0. And by actively just taking it out, it will give you a live preview of that data. And so by wrapping it around the tree like the logger state, it will give you the DBH, and then you are able to just save test.
I see. And
that way you don't have to write it down. So you can be like 0.1, you might accidentally write 0.2 if you misread it or something.
That's the rotary encoder.
Yes.
Got it. So you mentioned one of kind of the design objectives that you had for digital DBH was kind of reducing the overall kind of weight load.
Mm-hmm.
And you mentioned that logger's tape weighs about 2 pounds and the digital DBH is lighter than that. Do you have a sense on how heavy or like kind of what the weight savings was? How heavy did digital DBH come in at?
I didn't actually measure it directly, but if you just give this to someone, you can clearly see that one is heavier than the other.
All right, well, grout.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. I'd say it's about 50%.
Okay, nice.
So I think the lightweight and the storing the data make a lot of sense to me. If you're measuring a tree at breast height, isn't there still a lot of variability in terms of how much mass is above that? I mean, are you trying to predict total board footage of the trees, or what is the output?
So basically how tree measurements work is you'll take the diameter of the tree and you'll get the DBH, and as you'll move then 60 feet back and you'll actually get the height of the tree. When you're looking at a tree and it might branch off, and foresters will make a certain kind of cutoff point for where the rest is turned into kind of pulpwood. And so by taking the height and the DBH, you'll be able to determine how much board foot. And so there currently isn't a method that we measure the top area to answer your question. So that would be a kind of advancement in that area.
And so I guess my question is, if you're able to be more accurate than a 1/4 inch on the measurement of the DBH, doesn't the variability of all the rest of it mean that level of precision isn't really helpful?
Yes, I can see your point on that side in terms of why that point or that precision would matter in terms of just getting the entire tree. I don't know really how to answer that question currently. I would have to look more into that.
I think what's an interesting thing that might kind of expand on is you mentioned that in terms of determining the height, it seems like you said there's not a hard and fast rule for how they do that, or are there still some kind of like heuristics that they're using to kind of approximate it?
They approximate it, so it's kind of like a methodological. So you're kind of looking for good quality of wood. So when looking at a tree, if it has knots on it, you usually don't want that cut off because you want that high quality wood of straight as nice wood for 2x4s and all that. And so there is a current system in place for foresters to make that choice on how to do it.
But that's largely mental that they're doing that?
It is largely mental.
It's interesting because I'm wondering if there's an opportunity, because I know that when they cut down the tree and they then go put it into because the process of actually sawing it down is largely computerized.
Yeah.
And I know they use a lot of image processing to actually look at the log itself, scan it, find, like you said, kind of like, okay, what's the most efficient way to cut this into the most desirable, boards and things like that. I'm wondering if looking into that as a research field would provide opportunities to take those algorithms that they're using in the sawmill and actually apply them out to the field where they could kind of help make some of those determinations in the first place. Because like I said, they've gotten really advanced at, literally laser scanning a whole log as it comes in and finding, because again, waste is the worst thing in the world when it comes to sawmills. I wonder if there is if there'd be an opportunity to kind of see what they're doing there and translate that out into the field. So just kind of as a next step for some of the work that you're interested in.
I'll definitely have to look into that. Thank you.
And they've got one of those lasers out at the mill in Coosa.
Oh, okay.
Okay.
So the International Paper, they have a sawmill there as well. And their sawmill does take a laser scan of the entire log, puts it in 3D. They have a cut list and they can rotate the log and then figure out what to cut so as to most closely fill what they need that day.
Yeah.
So there's a lot of sophistication on that stuff.
I have a follow-up question for you, Cooper. You'd mentioned that in the process of creating your windmill in Chris's Fusion 360 class, that you kind of learned about some of the obstacles in designing something in large scale versus small scale. And it looks like you've had kind of the opportunity to design large things and then some small things. I'm kind of curious, what do you think some of those obstacles are as you've encountered them?
So for instance, when I designed the wind turbine, my whole objective on that was to make a life scale model of it and to be able to run like computer-based software on it to run different stuff through it, or simulations, sorry, that's the correct word. And when I got done with just the lower portion, I actually made the ladder itself, and that in itself was just too much for my computer to handle. And so it just really shows on like how much like I feel like hardware or how much like it's really heavy load on the computer to run simulations and to also get like 3D software running. And so trying to make a life scale model that can actually be run through simulations is taxing on the computer. And I feel like if I did have that stronger computer, I would be able to make a little bit better model. It really made me kind of tone down what I wanted to do in that project because I kept running into that issue of too many assets or too much just computation for my computer to handle.
Thank you.
What's the memory like for the data logger? Since you're out in the woods
Right.
and you're like logging data, how many trees could they do reasonably in a day or in a work session?
So as it's a micro SD card, I think I have 128 gigabyte on there. And it's using just a regular TXT file that you can transport into Excel and then to whatever database they use, or if that's even possible to import it. But right now it's just saving on a TXT, that number with the unit that they decide to choose.
So you have plenty.
Yeah,
on that.
I'm pretty sure. I would hope so.
Good. Other questions for Cooper?
I did have a question about how does it keep track I'm sorry, what was the name of your capstone project? The tree logger?
Digital DBH. Sorry.
You're fine. How does it keep track of like what so like you're out in the woods and you do like 5 different trees.
Right.
How do you know which tree goes with which data point, if that makes sense?
That is a very good, interesting question. Because loggers or foresters are going in the field constantly and managing the forest, they constantly get measurements of certain trees to determine like growth rate and how much it can produce. And so currently I have a system in place where it will ID the tree like 1, 2, 3. I don't have a system where if you would go back to that tree and measure it, it would recognize that certain ID on that tree. And so I would have to add something in, or they would have to mark the tree with a some tape maybe to ID the tree itself. But right now, I don't have anywhere in the programming that keeps track of that.
How do they do that now?
How do they do that now?
Yeah.
They've used tape in the field. We actually use just tags in the plantation. So it's a wire and it has just a number on it. And they constantly
Okay.
just retag the trees like every year to make sure they're able to read those IDs on the tree.
Could you maybe make use of those tags then? Like if you could add on to your device to maybe you enter in the tag ID or something?
Yeah, yes, I would probably have to add a little bit more to my device to be able to do that. But yes, that is definitely possible and a good option to look into.
So,
Just-
oh, go ahead, Corey. I'm sorry.
I was just gonna ask one other question. How does it, so like, I saw that you like pulled the tape a little bit there. How does that not do like a false, like if how do you not like just add data points accidentally? You know, like, is there like a save button or something like that to like just log it? Or I kind of jumped in there.
Yes, there is a save SD button on the device. So after you get the measurement, you click the button and it will send it to the SD. Is that your question?
Yeah. I didn't see the button layout. I saw there were like 3 buttons, but I didn't really look at them, so I wasn't really sure.
Yes,
Okay.
I do have a button on there that is for that. Yes.
Cool.
With the tree tags, how are they attached to the tree?
It depends on the forester in the field. It can range from tape. We've done it where you wrap in like kind of a fence underneath the tree and you ID it on the fence there, or you can just wrap it around the tree itself on like a branch that hangs. And so another way is you just flag the outer if it's a low hanging tree, so you can see it from that side.
Yeah, in my mind, I'm wondering, is there any correlation that could be done between measuring the diameter of the tree and the tag itself that they use to tag the tree? So, but I don't know. That might be-
I do not know.
You always have the tag at like 4 feet.
At breast height and make
Yeah.
it expandable so as the tree expands, like it.
That would be, yeah.
The tag itself pulls out, and at the end of the day, they just have to go read the tag and actually just see it itself.
The reason why we have to retag it actually is because they grow. We don't want to constrict the growth. So
Well, I wonder if it was flexible, if it was expandable, and allowed it to expand.
we won't.
That might be something to explore more.
Yeah, do you know like the anatomy of tree growth? Let's say it was like flexible,
Mm-hmm.
there would still be some force. Like, do you know how much force is required to restrict tree growth? Like if there's just a little bit or it's so expand without impact anything?
So most of the time, if it's like a thin, the cambium layer will actually grow around it, and so it will actually kind of look like an hourglass at that point where the tree constricts. It will keep growing, but it will definitely impact the quality of the wood.
Interesting. Okay.
And then how fast it grows. It would definitely slow down.
Any other final questions for Cooper?
Yeah, so when you're, pulling the string out of the digital thing, DP, and I don't remember the acronym, but like you pull it out and I assume it counts up based off how much is coming out of it. And when you wind it back up, does it count it back down?
Correct. Yes, it does. I would say for accuracy's sake, not to go down if you're currently measuring. I think you should wind it up and then press 0 to go around. I am having some precision issues with like going down and up on it while you constantly have it out. And so I would have to look into the precision problem with that. But yes, it does have that function currently in place, just not that well.
And that's why you implemented the 0 function.
Yes, correct.
Even if you get back down and it's slightly off, you can always just zero it to start it again, like you would like a kitchen scale.
Correct. Yes.
Yeah, I was thinking more like just minor adjustments, like if you overextend when you're going around, if you just need to pull it taut a little bit rather than keeping it out, but yeah.
Your other option there would be to take it all the way out, get the measurement exactly the way you want it, zero it out,
and then bring it in.
Then bring it in and measure it on the income side instead of the outgoing side.
So for your wind turbine, what scale did you end up making it to? If you were able to do like full scale.
It's a hybrid, actually, which is a weird way to put it. The bottom part is actually life scale, but the top bit itself, the cabella, and the rotors themselves is very, very small. So I had to do that because my computer can't handle anything bigger. So I wouldn't say I had a certain like relation point, as it's kind of a mix of two.
Okay. Okay.
Very good. Thank you, Cooper.
Thank you. All right, that's enough on my clicker.
That's all right. All right. So we're gonna load up our next presenter.
Right there.
And you are welcome, Z, to begin as soon as you're ready.
All right, let's get this show on the road. My name is Zoo. I am a creative technologies and psychology double major. Coming into Barry, I was a declared psychology major. And then around end of freshman, early sophomore year, I was kind of introduced to the creative technology program through my RA named Andrew Myers. And he told me all about the cool things like 3D printing and laser cutting and all these like cool, unique ways of like dealing with technology. The reason why I came as a psychology major is because as a little kid, I always liked helping people, especially when it came to like mental health. I was always kind of the guy that like people came to talk to about stuff. And I had like a very small interest in technology. My dad, as an Asian dad, he wanted to go into like a STEM major, to like a doctor or whatever. That wasn't really my style, but I still had this like technology like mindset in the back of my head. And it wasn't really until I got to Barry and I got to talk with Andrew that I really got introduced to this idea. So a little bit about me. I'm really into fishing. I like to cook a lot too. And one of the main things I'm known for at the lab is being the jokester. I tend to pull pranks on people, annoy people a lot. While doing that, I'm also a lab assistant, which is funny. I don't know how I got hired to do that. And also I came in playing football. I've been playing football for the past 4 years. And with the football, I think it brought in me a competitive drive. Because what I realized when I came as a CRT major, when I declared, was that I was kind of behind when it came to a lot of the things that people knew that I didn't know, because I didn't have that technology development when I was a kid. And so with that, in my competitive nature, I always wanted to learn more about technology. And so with that, I didn't really find myself having like a central role when it came to knowing a specific thing. I was kind of like the jack of all trades type deal where I was just doing a whole bunch of things. But with that, I was learning many, many skills. And because of that, I have developed a theme with some of the projects I made. And most of these projects that I actually have made that are going on with this theme have dealt with, have been made junior and senior year. So towards the end of my CRT career. And so my theme is understanding real world situations through information visualization with Arduino. Real situations, for example, with COVID right now, you can gather data about how many people use like bathrooms, how many people use the sinks, how many people use hand sanitizer, or you can gather information like how many people got vaccinated. And so with that, you have many types of situations in the real world. With information visualization, numbers, they're kind of just numbers. Whenever you see a list of numbers, it's kind of just there and it's blank. But the idea of transforming those numbers into things that actually relate to people and actually show results and show patterns, that's something that through my work I've actually shown to do. And with Arduino is one of the main programming, one of the main devices that we use when it comes to the CRT program. It's all in the lab, and you can find many of the projects that we've done dealing with Arduino. So for my first project, I'm interested in the hack probe. During the summer, I was part of the Design for Extremes class. And what that means is that we tried looking at extreme environments. So let's say, for example, like volcanoes or like deep sea. But for this class, we specifically focused on high altitude environments. And so with that, we launched a 100 by 100 millimeter CubeSat, 20,000 meters into the atmosphere. And for reference, 20,000 meters is around the height of airplanes. And so with that, I was a part of a team. And so in my team, I gathered the internal diagnostics of the probe as it's in flight. And so with that, I gathered gyroscopic rotation, acceleration, magnetism, and I was also part of developing the real world time, as in like how long it, like whenever the boat was in flight, like how long it took, and like at which points did data start appearing, and when that happened. The cube was attached to a balloon, and we launched it in the air, and then at a certain height, it would pop, and using a parachute, it would drift back down. Prior to this, we had done extensive research about the flight plan and where it would actually land. And so with that, I was in charge of doing the internal diagnostics. And so what we found with the internal diagnostics is that we can tell a story with the data that we gathered. For instance, as I explained earlier, all these numbers, they kind of look very blandish, but they all play a different role when it comes to visually seeing them in a graph. And so in this case, we're going to be focusing on the gyroscopic data. So we have the X, Y, and Z. And so Z would be pointing up, X and Y would be pointing either left or right, and the Y would be pointing the opposite direction. And so with that, we're going to be focusing first on the rotation of the Z axis. So with this graph, we have these sort of trends that we get to see. So as we launch the balloon into the air and the probe, from the ground, we actually saw the probe twisting like this as it was moving up into the air. And with the data that we have also gathered, we have seen that that the Z-axis of the gyroscope is at a 20-degree angle, meaning that as we saw, as it initially was flying, it was actually rotating like this into the air. And then at one point, it hits about an hour into the flight, it hits a point where data isn't actually gathered. And so we'll see with the next slide that this wasn't just a bug with how we gather data. It was actually a thing with all the electronic components that we installed onto the probe. And so with that, these are the X and Y degrees of the gyroscope. And so we can also see that the entire, it was called the 9-DOF, which is like a 9-axis. It gathered data on like 9 axes of rotation. And so with that, we can see that at a certain point, data starts being gathered again. And so what we know right and from a video, we know that at one point, the devices stopped working because either it was too cold or too hot. And and that was because it was flying really high. And then at a certain point, whenever it got back down to an atmosphere or a temperature that was allowed for the device to work properly, it started gathering data again. And so in this case, we are also looking at the acceleration of the probe. So with that, as you can see, the X and the Y acceleration didn't really have much change over the course, but the Z changed a whole bunch. And the reason why is because when you're launching the probe, it's initially just going straight up. And so with that, the acceleration of the Z is always going to be changing because of the currents carrying the balloon up into the atmosphere. And so this was kind of like my first introduction into data visualization. At the time, we were using data that we plugged into an SD, and then we transferred that data over, and then we put it into a database. And with that database, we made these graphs that represented the data that we gathered. But it wasn't until last semester where we actually dove into PHP and MySQL. And so with that, we decided to work on a project called the Hack Helper. And so the Hack Helper allows teachers to be notified and about the position of their students as they work through assignments in the classroom. And so this was kind of like the introductory class to of coding and scripting with PHP. And PHP scripting, all it really does is it manipulates databases and helps design web development. And MySQL is just the most popular database system used with PHP. And so with the device, if you were to click the green button, it notified that you were ready to go on to the next step. But if you click the red button, it will let the teacher know that you need help with the current step. With that, we gathered some data, some mock data about people in the class. And so, for instance, with this device, we can see that Serena, in this case, she did not need help at all whenever she was going through the process. And we can see that Brice over here needed a lot of help. And so with that, teachers are allowed to know that certain students need specific help with the project while other students didn't. And so this is a great way of gathering data about in-class assignments. And so with that, After that, we were split up into groups and we had to come up with a project that we want to focus on at Berry. And so for our group, we wanted to focus on computer lab use at Berry College. And so we have 4 computer labs used at Berry College, and you have the one in Mac, the one in Evans, the one in Green, the one in Cook, and the one in Laughlin. We want to focus on the ones in Mac and Evans because they are the small computer labs. And so with that, we gathered data on the foot traffic of people coming in and out and using the actual computer labs. And with that, whenever a person were to walk under it, the ultrasonic rangefinder would send like basically a 1 to the database, and it'd be in a sense that, and it would be like a real world time in a sense that like once someone walks under it, it immediately sends them to the database, and we can actually see someone walking under the tracker. And so with that, we gather data that on Tuesday, Tuesday was the most time that was the labs were used, and Mac, as you can see from the data trends, Mac is the one that is used a lot more than when it comes to Evans. And so with that, we can give information to either Berry about whether or not these labs are used properly and whether they could be allocated for different resources. And then while all this is happening, I'm still building up my knowledge about what I need to know and like how like dealing with like different devices. And so for my capstone, I designed gripology, and gripology has to do with, and so from a design space, I was dealing with young adults with above wrist amputations, having a hard time whole hand grasping, items with functional prosthesis because of the lack of feedback that is given back to the amputee. So imagine, if you will, your hand gets cut off, right? You get a cast iron, solder it up, and now when you try to go pick up an item, you can't because you don't have a hand. So then you're like, oh, okay, let me just get a prosthetic. And you get a prosthetic, and then you go grab an item, and then you grab it, and then it falls out. Why is that? Because of the lack of feedback that humans get. Because they don't have that hand anymore, they have a lack of touch. And so with prosthetics, they are given some feedback back whenever they securely group items, such as the visual feedback of them actually squeezing it and seeing that the can is crushed or whatever, or it's kinetic feedback in the sense that whenever they pick up the item, or tactile feedback, sorry, whenever they pick up the item, it provides a pressure on the nub that allows the user to know that they've actually securely picked up the item. And so for my solution to that, I wanted to give a numerical understanding for users about how much pressure they were actually applying to items. And so using a combination of pressure sensors, 3D printed tubes, Arduino, and processing, I was able to make this capstone project. And so in the bottom left corner, as you can see, this is the physical prototype of what I had. It's a Arduino connected to a breadboard. And these are the 3D printed tubes that I use. The 3D printed tubes were made out of TPU, which is a flexible filament. And inside of the TPU, as you see in this photo, there's a little BME 280, and that's just a barometric pressure sensor. And so as you can see in the graph, whenever you squeeze the bottle, it would show pressure change. That's the BME 280 right there. And so with that, I was able to create graphs in processing that showed how much pressure was being applied to objects. And the reason why I focus on cylindrical items is because to constrain the type of grip that I was focusing on for the time frame that I had, I focused on whole hand grasping cylindrical items. So as you will, grasping like this rather than grasping in like certain ways like handles or whatnot. And so this is what a slide of, or a tab of what a cylinder representation would look like. At the top, you have a pressure bar, and yellow indicates that there is not enough pressure. The green indicates there's good pressure, and the red indicates too much pressure. With that, I had different cylinders represent different items. So for the first cylinder, it represented a Sharpie marker. The second cylinder represented a Coke can, and as you can see in the top left corner, the bar is moving up in the pressure bar. And then third one is a bottle of water, and as now you can see, the pressure bar is in the green zone. And then the fourth one was a can of Goya beans. And all these tubes that I made, they were all flexible, but they all were used to mimic real world weights and heights. And so with this product, people with prosthetics, they can grab the item and they can see the pressure move to the correct pressure gauge, and whether or not they need to adjust the function of their prosthetic in order to grip less or grip more. And so what this does is it builds muscle memory into the user about how much they actually have to actuate their prosthetic to grip the items properly. And you could argue that they get to do this with the real item by themselves, but what this project adds on is a numerical value that they can actually physically see the bar moving and changing, and that adds value to for them as user to know how much pressure they're adding to an item. What's next? I'm actually one of a few seniors that are staying at Berry for this fall semester. I really wanted to finish my last year of football eligibility, and with that, I'll be finishing my last science credit. I'll also be one of the student lab somehow, and this summer I'll be applying for internships. Example for an internship that I'll probably be applying is like a mechatronics engineering internship. And so with this, like I'd be like designing and developing and testing like things like
that on here.
and so the reason why this was very applicable to me was because the requirements for the job were like PCB design and Arduino and C++, and I hit all the requirements when it came to developing and joining for this type of internship. And then after Berry, I want to get into like the robotics industry and company. I haven't really figured out specifics because I'm still diving into what I really want to go into. And so, yeah.
Very good. Thank you, Zim. All right. Let's open it up for comments and critique.
For graphology, yeah, those bars laid out where yellow's not enough, green was good, red was too much. How did you figure out what those thresholds were for different objects?
Professor Whitmore, that is a great question. When I tested out the pressure tubes, I was actually using a little grabby hand. So imagine you press a little trigger and it closes the grabby hand. And so that still allows me to control the amount of pressure I'm applying, which kind of mimics how prosthetics work in a sense. So whenever I was actually gripping the tubes, I was gripping to see whether I could pick it up. And then once I thought I could pick it up securely, I would tap on top of the tube. And if the tube moved, I knew that it was insecure. And so whenever I user tested with my primary stakeholder, when he actually did it, one of the things I can improve on with the pressure bars is for the Coke can and for the can of beans, they were actually playing, they're actually in the yellow zone whenever they tapped it and they felt secure. So while it wasn't a one-to-one thing whenever I made it myself, using user data, I was able to adjust the bar pressure.
Is there a way for a user to adjust which threshold pattern they're using in real time, right? So if the user is like, they're approaching a water bottle versus now they're picking up a can of beans, is there a way to adjust that in real time at the moment? Or would that be a future?
So if I'm understanding your question correctly, you can actually switch out the cylinders and switch to new tabs, and each new tab has different pressure areas in like distances. Does that answer your question when it comes to that? Or are you more seeing them like, let's say like with their prosthetic, like it's not actually gripping in the right area? Could they go in and actually change it?
Yeah.
If they're really good at processing, yeah, they can go and change it. But as of currently, no, I would have to go and change it.
Cool. Okay. That does answer the question. So I've got a question for you, Zoo. So with visualization of information, a lot of times that's connecting these ideas of technology to how just people are able to process information. And I think the goal for a lot of your projects here were to try to take some very complex, processes and put them in a form in which people would be able to understand, what the state of the system was or kind of what story it was trying to tell them. Having double majored in psychology, were there any connections that you were able to make from what you were learning into psych classes that influenced how you portrayed information to people so that they would be able to understand it?
Dr. Cochran, that is a great question. Let me dive into that real quick. So with the psychology background, a lot of the times when we gathered data in psychology, it was for statistical use. And so, funny enough, I'm actually in a capstone psychology class right now where we're gathering real information on the phenomenon called the attentional blink effect. And so with that, when we gather information, we had to relate what we gathered to specific statistical graphs and whatnot. And so the duality of psychology and creative technologies is that they go hand in hand because of the amount of information that you're gathering. And so with that, trying to show users whenever they're finished using your product or whenever the people you've done studies on, how their data is represented and how much it affects the overall data when it comes to testing multiple people, it definitely shows the duality of each major. Did I answer your question correctly?
You answered it very generally.
Okay.
But I'm kind of looking for, are there any specific, so like if I'm understanding, and you might kind of slow down just a little bit because you're going kind of a mile a minute. So you mentioned in psychology that you've done a lot of data gathering and you presented that information kind of in a statistical, form, right? I guess what I'm asking is, in psychology, a lot of times you think about how people process information in the first place, and information visualization allows you to present information in a way that helps people process that information.
Mm-hmm.
And so I'm asking, is there anything that you learned in psych that helped you kind of think about how just even to display information better for people so that they would be able to understand it?
Okay. So one of the things that people look for when it comes to looking at like things in general, they like looking at patterns really well. And so when it comes to information visualization, whenever they see breaks in patterns, it shows basically that something was wrong with the data that your data, something was wrong or something happened with that data gathering. And so, for instance, if in a line graph it was going like this and then it suddenly drops, that something affected the real situation as from the data it's displaying.
Good. Yeah, so I think that's a very meaningful answer. I think you showed us that in, for example, the hack probe, where we saw that data going down, and that allowed you to kind of that looking for patterns when something was kind of jumping up and down, and suddenly it turns into a smooth descending. Looking for that pattern, which is something we know from kind of psychology, indicates there might be something going on here, and that allowed you to investigate what was going on in that particular data set a little bit closer. Thank you.
Yeah,
Go ahead. Has a question?
I don't know if you, I don't know if like gender matters in the threshold. Is that technically a thing, and such as like pressure of being a male versus female? Does that threshold kind of change, or like, do you know anything about that? It's just a.
Does pressure change depending on gender?
Yes. So like.
I think it would when it comes to a real hand, in the sense that I don't really know how to answer that question in the sense that like some females grab just as hard as males. So yes, but also a weak male could also need help grabbing instead of like a strong male. So I don't really know what that question entails. Okay.
Would it, I guess for me, it's a question of, does it take more pressure for one gender to lift a can of Coke than another gender? And I don't think
More
it
of a
would.
physics
It's
thing.
I think physics is gender neutral.
Okay. Yeah.
But I can defer to our physics expert.
I think it checks out. Yeah.
Okay, so yeah, so I'm not sure that the amount of pressure it takes to pick up a can is going to be gender dependent.
I would like to know, because I love the work that you've done. I think you were very creative in terms of how you identify how much pressure you need by printing and developing those cylinders with the pressure sensor. I thought that was great work. I would like to know your thoughts though about next steps, because I think this is great technology. It's a common problem with prosthetics that you don't get real-time feedback. But if this is going to be implemented in actual prosthetics, they won't be able to connect to a processing sketch and then like, okay, for this object, am I right? So have you given thought about how you could take the work you've already done and then integrate that into prosthetics so they get real-time feedback as they use it?
So I actually haven't thought about what language or like what program I would use to transfer over, but I have thought about changing the physical aspect of the tubes. So big problems with the tubes is that they're connected with wires, and wires on itself are very annoying to deal with. They sometimes can be unplugged from breadboards, and so the next iteration of the prototype, I would like to make it wireless. I haven't really thought about the plans yet. I think having a wireless and to be able to just like rip it in multiple directions and be able to pick it up more and like be able to like pick it up and like walk with it, I think that would be more suitable to real world situations. Also, the tubes were all they're all cylinders, and so they represented like the cylinders in the sense of like the Coke can and the can of beans, But when it came to the bottle and the marker, bottles, they have like grooves in it, and so it's not always a perfect like circular cylinder.
Right.
So with that, when I gather more experience in 3D printing, I think I can advance the shape of the printers. And also when it came to the texture, they all have little ridges in it, and as with Coke cans and whatnot, it's a smooth type deal. So I would have to go in and adjust those tubes accordingly, maybe like setting it down or whatnot to get rid of the ridges. And then, so whenever I talked to my secondary stakeholder, who was the person that I interviewed for prosthetics as like a job, he told me that this was a really great tool, but it could also be applied to people in physical therapy. So people, old people, people that have lost a sense of grip and they're now trying to restructure it or retrain their grip. This project would be very great for those types of populations as well.
Yeah, I think that's a great point. I want to make one final point, just real quick. Maybe the next step might be to fully embed everything into the prosthetic itself. So maybe have like, you're saying algorithm that you made in processing, but you have some kind of like light display, NeoPixel ring or something like that, that shows them the color in real time. That way you don't have to depend on this other computer or some kind of cloud situation going on. It's all embedded in just the device.
So
just to consider.
So the device itself detects pressure, right?
Yeah, with Arduino, everything's embedded. So even the feedback will be given through Arduino as well.
Right. That was actually an iteration of like one of the first like design choices. But with that, it was very it cost a lot because I was going to be using force sensing resistors to detect pressure, but those cost 15 a piece. And so I would have to make that was too out of my budget.
Sure.
In that sense.
Yeah, I wonder though if there would be as a next iteration, is there ever any existing work for taking a prosthetic and essentially gloving it, right, and creating an internal pressure area? So you could still use the BME 280 with the idea about having an internal pressure in the prosthetic itself. And as they grip on that, that's going to have a similar effect to your pressure tube about increasing pressure. Okay. And that would keep your costs down. And actually, I think there may be some existing work, not in anybody that was actually using internal pressure of like a glove like that, but rather actually using it as a way to actuate kind of fingers in the first place using air pressure. And so I think the idea of having a pressurized prosthetic exists, but I don't think I've seen anyone ever try to use it from a sense of trying to detect how much pressure is being applied to something. So I think what you've done here is very valid because I think it's shown that providing pressure feedback for grip strength and prosthetics is valid. I'm wondering if the next generation of this may be to figure out how to turn the prosthetic itself into a pressurized system that could be detected using this very low cost, BME 280 approach, because I think there's a lot of validity there. So essentially the hello world for that would be then to put a BME 280 in your palm, put on a surgical glove and apply a little bit of pressure to it and then go start grabbing things and seeing if the number jumps. Could be very interesting to explore. Any final questions for Zoo?
I keep thinking about this question, and I'm trying to think how an actual human being using a hand determines what the right pressure is. I can't say that really. No. Is it because you can feel it slip?
Well, I think there's a combination of factors there. So I think you pressure itself is one of the senses, and kind of Zoo pointed out there's kind of visual feedback as well as kind of there's just the kinetic feedback of just feeling the weight on your arm. So it's kind of sensor fusion in that respect. And I think to some extent he zeroed in on the one that seems to go away.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think it's good work.
Thanks, Chris Whitmore. Appreciate the input.
No problem.
So, any other questions for Zoo from our Zoom folks?
So Actually, this is one for you, Zane. How many points do you think you're going to take off for him calling you Dr. Cochran?
At least all of them. So, all right. Thank you very much, Sue.
All right, we're gonna get set up for our next presenter, which is Luke.
Hope I don't throw up.
Me too.
It's been happening a lot lately.
I'll binge drinking, we'll do that.
Been drinking this time.
All right, Luke, we are ready whenever you are.
Alright. Well, hello, my name is Luke Steele, and this is my creative technologies portfolio. Let's get into it. So who is Luke? Well, I'm Luke, but more to the point, I'm a creative technologies major, a math minor, one of the student lab directors here at Hackberry. I love music. I actually create music, but I can't play an instrument, so I'm a laptop musician. I'm a bad fashion lover, as you can see. And I'm an all-around goofy dude. But why creative technologies? Why does this goofy dude need to be in this program? Well, from a very young age, I was always building things. When I was like 5 years old, I built drums out of 5-gallon buckets and stuff I found in my garage. And in high school, I 3D printed fidget spinners and sold them to people before the wave. So I always thought, you know, engineering was the route for me because in my head, those were the guys that built things, right? But when I got here as an engineering major, I found out it was more cold, almost utilitarian in the way that they approached building things. But my brother invited me to a hackathon. He was a creative technologies major. He said, come on. And I said, all right, I'll go. When I got here, I remember seeing lots of cool projects. I can't remember the specific projects, but more than that, I saw passion, and that was something I wanted to be a part of, was the passionate group. So in my many passions, music is one of them. So that kind of centralizes my theme here, influencing music culture through emergent technologies. And what do I mean by music culture? Well, music culture is this catch-all term for anything music adjacent. So that's the trends, the fashion, the jewelry, the instruments even, and the tools. So, and I really like to influence that using rapid prototyping technologies. And that's what I mean by emergent technologies. So let's give you some evidence. The first project I want to talk about is Drip or Drown. So this is a 10-piece jewelry collection that I designed in Fusion for Chris's 3D modeling class. And it is optimized for resin 3D printing. And so let me talk about the technical aspect of that really quickly. So as you can see in this heart hand grenade here, there's a lot of these fine channels because this is a pendant, right? This is meant to be worn as a necklace. So the resolution for resin 3D printing is about 5/100ths of a millimeter. And that really means that you get some fine detail, but there is a limit to it. So every piece in this collection has been optimized to, make sure that any of those features that appear in the CAD model will actually come out on a resin 3D printer. But let's get into the why of this project. So hip hop at its core is about self-expression, right? And for rappers, especially, jewelry is part of their self-expression. So I really wanted to tackle that in this space and get into some really custom pieces. So over here, we have the Comme des Garçons logo. I'm just gonna say CDG now, so I don't keep butchering that. But that's one of the brands that's really popular with rappers. And so it's kind of like that, them wearing this piece is kind of like saying, Comme des Garçons, their values are my values. I like their aesthetic and it's my aesthetic. And it allows, and in general, this project allows rappers to be a lot more expressive with their look and their jewelry, instead of just using like mass produced pieces to kind of tell the world what they're about. The next project I want to talk about is Light Up the Stage. Now, Light Up the Stage is a refinished Les Paul Jr. electric guitar. And as you can see in this picture, well, it may not come through on the screen here, but on the Zoom, it's great. It has neopixels mounted around the outside. And on the back side behind the switch, there is a teensy running everything. So why build this project? Why? Who cares, right? And the big thing here is that independent musicians, a lot of times they're starting out venues, don't have like expensive lighting setups or anything that would really give their performance an edge. So here, Light Up the Stage allows the musician to create a more immersive, entertaining experience for the audience. And the beauty of this prototype is that because it's running a teensy, it can change the animations depending on the performance. So imagine, if you will, you're a jazz musician with this guitar. You'd like, the blues and the purples, those soft colors that kind of just transition slowly around the guitar. Whereas if you were a metal guitarist picking up this guitar, you'd want those like warm colors, those reds, orange, yellows, and you'd want them just kind of jumping around, hard transitions to kind of reflect the aesthetic of your music. So this project really allows you to create a second layer to your onstage presence, and really reflect what you're doing, what your music stands for. So I want to get into Producer Panic now. So this was my gamepad game from Advanced Prototyping. And what Producer Panic does is it puts you in the role of an up-and-coming music producer. You've had a few good hits, but you're not like a household name yet. Sorry. So you are trying to kind of keep your career on the up and up. So as you can see in this GIF, the falling star is like a really big rapper wanting to come and work with you. However, you've got to deny the broke boys. Now, broke boys is a kind of a colloquialism in the hip hop community. And these are guys who, to put it nicely, need to develop their craft a little bit more. And so I really wanted to kind of visually represent the broke boys. And so these are the two enemy sprites that are in the game. And the first is a mixtape for all the guys who are saying, hey, go check out my mixtape. And they hand you a cassette or a CD, or nowadays a USB drive. And then also we have the SoundCloud logo for all the rappers who are the next wave of SoundCloud rap, which, isn't really true most of the time when people say it. And then continuing on kind of infusing this hip hop culture within this game, I wanted the player character to be a MIDI controller, because on a 320 by 240 screen, which is what this game was played on, you can't really give a nice caricature of a producer. So instead, this is kind of my representation of a MIDI controller for what most people used to produce with. And then finally, we have the no attack, which is like the denial letter you shoot out to all your broke boys who are trying to work with you. And anyway, so actually we can go back to the gameplay screen real quick. So if the broke boys touch you, that kind of represents you working with them. And if you have too many of those bad songs come out, you're not going to be a music producer for long. So I kind of made the death screen a pawn shop, because you've got to sell your gear and go get a real job. In the technical aspect of this, I did design a custom PCB for this project to kind of hold all the components, because it is run on a Teensy and the Arduino platform completely. So this is the PCB I developed for it, excuse me. MIDI mixer. This is my fourth project, and this was also for advanced prototyping, and it is a custom MIDI controller for, digital music production. And I want you to imagine now, if you were a music producer, kind of a performer, and think about how you have lots of different controls within your file, your music file. You have like 10 different virtual instruments, each with 3 or 4 knobs or on and off switches that you need to control while you improvisationally play this piece you created. How do you control that without looking at your computer or having a gigantic piece of hardware that has a button for everything? And that's really what I wanted to tackle here in this project. So we only have 8 buttons, 3 knobs, and a fader. And what this does is it allows you, the MIDI mixer allows you to remap any control to anything within your music software. And this is really, really powerful because you could be playing the drums on this set of 4 buttons 1 minute, and then you switch using this layer button quickly, and now you're playing different notes on a synth. That's really, really big, and it allows a nice small package for a huge music file. Additionally, I wanted to kind of marry the idea of digital music production with the aesthetic of, you know, traditional touring musicians. So that's why this kind of looks a little destroyed. It's because I wanted to take that aesthetic of like the old guitar case with tons of stickers on it that has the big like rash marks on it from being hauled around in and out of clubs, and kind of marry that with the small form factor and the digital package that this MIDI controller represents. Another thing that I really wanted to attack in this project was homing. And when I say homing, I mean homing like on a computer keyboard. You know how you have those 2 little bumps? I really wanted to make sure that the producer or the performer never had to look down when they were playing their piece. That way they could always be in the right position at the right time. And here's a little GIF of someone performing with the MIDI mixer. So I want to take a minute to talk about my capstone project now. And my capstone project deals with servers in loud restaurant environments. And I know this seems like a bit of a departure from my theme of music, but over the past 4 years, I've learned a lot about microphones, signal processing, and audio in general. And I really wanted to bring that skill set into something that could help a lot of people. And the server group, if you will, definitely seemed like the way to do that. So my problem space was waitstaff in loud restaurant environments have trouble communicating with their customers when wearing face coverings, because face coverings, as we all know, reduce the volume of our voice, and they also remove visual components of speech, which are very key to understanding. So the way this capstone project works is these 2 microphones right here are parabolic microphones that capture voices from the left and right side of the table, and that signal is routed to a headset that the server wears. And then this microphone here captures the server's voice and routes it to a sound exciter underneath the table, effectively turning the entire table into a speaker for the customers. Now, this is important because it allows for meaningful 2-way communication between the server and the customers in an environment that's really not set up for good communication. Additionally, I did want to point out the server control panel because I know it is a large paradigm shift for servers. That was one of the big things that I got feedback on in my user testing, was the paradigm shift was difficult. And I really focused on keeping it very simple. That way, that shift was as easy as possible. And so there's only 4 controls. There's the headphone jack, the side selector switch, the volume knob for the sound exciter, and the power switch for the server mic. Now, let's talk about next steps. So right now, I've connected with Andrew, and he has given me a lead on a job at the Georgia Cyber Center in Augusta. And so what I would be doing there is using all the skills that I've learned here in the Creative Technologies program to do contract design with various military entities, federal, state, and local governments, as well as private business, because there's been a lot of investment from a lot of different groups into this cyber center. Additionally, I would be the innovation center manager, which is just their makerspace. And I would be managing that, which is a great fit for me because I am the student lab director currently. So it'd be a nice logical progression. But nothing's set in stone, right? So I'm also looking at jobs and internships related to product design, PCB design, because that's really big for me. I really enjoyed that in advance. Music technology, obviously, and then 3D modeling, because I did enjoy that class with Chris as well. And I'm aware that job hunting is a process. It's not, a one size fits all. So I'm always looking on Indeed for, what would be the perfect fit for me. Questions, please.
All right. Let's.
I have one comment and 2 questions. Starting with the comment, it's clear to me that you put a lot of time and work and effort into making things look good.
Right.
And it seems like with the focus on improving user experience, right? So I think you've done a good job communicating that as well here. So that's good work on that.
Chris.
Kind of along the same vein though, is it looks like a lot of your projects have some level of cool factor, like that's the goal of the project, right?
Right.
So your jewelry, the guitar, the lights, the goal is just to be kind of cool and to improve the experience of the user.
Right.
How do you evaluate kind of those qualitative things with those types of devices so that you know that you did a good job doing that?
It's very difficult to kind of put into words what makes something cool or uncool. I think that a lot of times it's the novelty of what we're looking at really makes something cool or uncool for me personally. Because for example, the MIDI mixer, I've never really seen anything that looks tour worn but plugs into my computer like that. So I thought that was a very cool aesthetic. I definitely draw on a lot of inspiration from things that are universally deemed cool and try and take those inspirations and put them into my work as well when I can.
Cool. Then maybe to push that down some more. So for your capstone,
yes,
it seems like functionally it works good.
Right.
But as someone who has so much experience making things look really awesome and cool, do you have any thoughts about how you could improve the aesthetics of it now that you know the functionality is pretty much figured out?
Absolutely. The first thing I would definitely want to do is hide those wires. I know that the wires were definitely obvious in the pictures that I put up, and that's partially a constraint of where we are and where I was developing this prototype. So aesthetically, that would help if it was hidden in the ceiling and behind the wall. Additionally, to make it look a little cooler and a little less kind of out of place, I would like to make the bowls and the drop rod that is a piece of 80/20. I'd like to make that kind of look more like a chandelier almost. That was one of the possible names for the project, was the audio chandelier. So that would be kind of number 1 on the priority list for aesthetically improving the project.
I like that a lot because almost all restaurants have the little tables. There's always a light or chandelier or something. So exactly. I love that. Yeah.
Yeah, just adding the lighting to it, I think would be great.
I had never actually considered that. I always thought of it as a secondary piece, but that's a great idea.
So I want you to kind of revisit, because the guitar was a one-on-one project, if I'm not mistaken.
Yes,
right?
it was.
Okay, so you've done a lot of work since then. And so I'm curious, if you were to revisit that project, what would you either add or take away from that project to improve it?
The first thing I would definitely add is a little bit more workmanship. And I know that's kind of a weird answer, but at the time that I built that project, the lab did not have a router or the spanner wrenches when we did locate the router to get a clean cut on it. So it's a little bit sloppy. I think the aesthetics could be improved there. Additionally, I'd want to add material to kind of spread out the light a little bit more above the neopixels to kind of give it a better effect instead of being able to see each individual light when it's reflected off a shirt or something like that. Removing, I would say, the battery needs to be improved to not, it was a mini charger that went in there. I would like to use like LiPo, and I would probably add a PCB in there because it's horribly wired right now. And I think knowing what I know about PCBs, that would really clean up the wiring and the overall function of the project. Did that answer your question, or do you want to push on that more?
I'm going to push on it once more.
Absolutely.
So you said in your presentation that because it's running a teensy, it can change the animation. So why did you choose a teensy, which is a $20 microcontroller for this project, and why would you keep it, or would you replace it with something else?
So at the time, I had used a teensy previously, and that was just a little bit, I was fairly familiar with it. Looking back on it now, I don't need a teensy in there. It is overkill for what I'm doing. An Acton 85 would work perfectly if I wanted to lock that down a little bit more and require like some sort of prior, I can't even think of the word, I'm sorry. Some sort of pinch clamp to update it. However, I think with the stated goal of being able to change the animations between performances, I think a nano would work a lot better for for weight reasons, as well as ease of access to updating the animations on the guitar itself.
Okay. Good, thank you.
Thank you.
Other questions and feedback for Luke?
Yeah, so Luke, it's always a pleasure to hear you present.
Thank you, Mariah.
It's awesome. I love it. So, knowing you kind of having come into the program and kind of to where you are now, how has, being a lab assistant and now a lab director affected your, course in the program?
I think it's being both a lab assistant and a lab director has definitely pushed me to put as much of my skills on display. That was pretty evident in my capstone where I used 3D modeling, plasma cutting, circuit design, but it's also kind of helped me think about hello worlding my projects. What is the minimum that I can put together just to see that things work? Because I've had to do that so much with the students that I work with. So I think it's affected me in a lot of different ways, but hello worlding is one of the most evident for myself in self-reflection.
Awesome.
So Luke, I see that you've dipped your fingers into hip hop culture and rock culture. Is there, this is a two-part question. Is there a music industry that you wish that you could have created a project for that you could have impacted? And is there a music genre that you could have impacted? And is there a music genre that you would never touch within a million years?
I don't think there's any music genre that I would never touch. I mean, I enjoy all music. I wouldn't say equally, but I definitely enjoy different songs from different genres. So I think the skills that I have could be applied to any of those genres. One of the genres that I wish I had been able to impact, but I don't know that I necessarily know enough about the genre to do so, would be classical, just because I think there's a lot of tradition there, but there's also a lot of opportunity to create really, really interesting experiences, like at the orchestral level. So I think that if I had been able to and knew more about the classical genre, that would have been really, really a really, really interesting experience to try and develop something for them. Did I answer the question?
Yeah, you did. Absolutely. That was great.
So kind of on that same type of question, but kind of applied to your growth here in the program. What is one of the skills or tools that you kind of feel like you've acquired during your time here at CRT that you feel like you've developed the most, and what is one that you are happy to leave behind and probably never have to deal with again?
Programming is definitely something that I've developed basically exclusively in the CRT program. I had written like maybe 5 lines of code ever when I stepped foot onto Barry's campus. So I feel a lot more competent as a programmer now, especially with the Arduino platform. I'm not going to say I'm the greatest at it by any stretch of the imagination, but I definitely feel a lot more competent. In terms of a skill I want to leave behind at the lab, I really don't think there's any, and I know that sounds like a cop-out answer, but I think every skill definitely has its place. And so I think there's always a reason to keep developing those skills.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah, I kind of want to ask something very similar,
Sure.
but maybe a bit more general, is throughout your 4 years of being a lab assistant as well as doing all the coursework, what has been your favorite thing about being a CRT student, and what has been your least favorite thing about being a CRT student?
My favorite thing has just been the opportunity to be a part of this community and how the community has really shaped my skill set and the opportunities that I've had. So that's definitely my favorite part. I don't think I would be nearly as happy in a similar major without the community of Hackberry Lab. So that's probably been my favorite part. But things that I just didn't really enjoy, practical electronics probably would be the only thing. I didn't feel like I really got enough out of it that I wanted to get out of it, but maybe I was just a bad student at the time. I was very, very swamped with work, so maybe it was me, maybe it wasn't the class.
I have a question actually.
Yeah, absolutely.
This is Erin. Hey, Luke. I really enjoyed your presentation as well. So since you built that bench, how many years ago, have you improved at woodworking by any chance?
There's a reason that one didn't get into the slides. But I would say that my body of work in the area of woodworking has not really improved just because I haven't had a ton of projects dealing exclusively in the wood shop. However, my knowledge and kind of my intuition as to what tools and methods to use definitely has improved.
Didn't you end up taking a remedial course in woodworking?
I wouldn't say remedial.
I do want to come in and swoop into Luke's aid here. Luke has become the de facto crawlbot assistant, by the way. So anytime somebody needs to whip something up out of wood on the crawlbot, Luke is the one who has mastered that tool, I think, better than pretty much anybody. I think you've got more hours on that tool than literally anyone, instructors included. So
That's fantastic.
maybe not a traditional woodworking approach, but definitely a CNC based approach.
And he has cut dovetails.
To varying degrees of success, to be completely honest with you, Dr. Grout.
Yeah, but you didn't have to mention that.
And I'm just going to put this out here, Aaron. We've not been able to replace you since you've left.
I'm sorry. I'm really sorry. Dad left her mark.
Yeah, I know. And a student almost lost a finger last semester because of it, but.
Oh, man.
It's okay. We're bringing him on as a lab assistant next year. So.
What'd they do?
He shoved his finger into a bandsaw.
What?
It's always the bandsaw. It's always the bandsaw.
Yeah, and I go in there. He's like, I didn't do anything wrong. And I go in and he's cutting like a 1-inch piece of wood, and the blade, there's like 10 inches of blade exposed. So we do miss you, Aaron.
I miss you guys. Seriously.
Aaron, please come back.
So, any final questions here for Luke? All right, wonderful. Thank you very much, Luke.
Thank you.
We are down to our, as soon as going to be our last presentation for the day.
What? You telling me someone's not gonna show up?
Oh.
What? Really?
All right, so our next presenter
Knock on his door.
is
Probably not.
our last presenter probably is Cameron.
Clicker? Luke, did you
Oh.
steal the clicker?
Behind you
Oh, it's-
on the amp. Sorry about that.
All right, whenever you're ready, Cameron.
All right. Hi, my name is Cameron Acton, and like everybody that has preceded me, I am also a creative technologies major. I know that's a surprise, but a little bit about me. Growing up, I was a very shy kid. I would have described myself easily as introverted. I spent a lot of time in my room. I always preferred my alone time, playing with my toys, and just kind of keeping to myself. Not that I didn't go out and socialize with kids, but I always really valued my personal time. Also, growing up, I was very close with my father. He was the one who introduced me to video games. So actually, in the bottom left, you can see a very young 7-year-old Cameron playing Counter-Strike Source on my dad's computer. And not that I didn't do other things in my life. I played soccer, I sung in choir, and I really enjoyed creative writing at school. But video games really became a passion for me. They were something that I spent most of my time doing growing up throughout my life. Something else about me, I've always felt that I was very passive throughout my life. That is to say that not that I never really sought out opportunities. I was very fortunate that opportunities tended to come my way, and I was always smart enough to take those opportunities, but I didn't really seek them out, which always kind of left me feeling wanting. So similarly, when the opportunity to come to Barry came along, I took that, but I came in undeclared. I didn't really have a plan for what I was going to do. I didn't really have a goal going into it. Dr. Grout was actually my BCC advisor, and it was through him and some other people that I kind of heard about this creative technologies thing, which was very interesting to me. Obviously, I was interested in being creative and technology, obviously, but I didn't really know what that meant. And even going into classes like 101, I still didn't really come into the lab very often. I tried to just keep to myself, stayed in my room, and kind of did my own thing. By junior year, though, I had sort of gone through some personal development and emotional development, and I think that's kind of really where I came into my own. So it was the fall of my junior year where I was taking the creative computing class with Chris. That class is all about the fundamentals of coding and what it means to write code, but also like have things interact. And I'll say that this class was really empowering for me. Not only did it allow me to become more involved in the lab, I became a lab assistant because of this class, because of the work I did helping students in that class. But it also kind of proved to myself that I was capable of making cool and meaningful and interesting things. And it was in a field that was pretty related to something that had been my longtime passion, which was video games. So that brings me to my theme, which is exploring user experience design through the medium of video games and video game hardware. As mentioned, 103 was a really empowering class for me. So my first project that I'm going to show you guys today is actually the final project from that class. The goal of this assignment was to kind of take everything that you had learned throughout the semester and apply it and make something that was cool and interesting and in the form of a video game. So I made this game called The Doom of St. Nick. I was very inspired by games like the original Legend of Zelda, and for those of you who may know, a game called The Binding of Isaac. And so I made this game where you were a little evil elf who was running around throwing candy canes, trying to kill Santa Claus and cancel Christmas. This game really impacted me as it not only, again, forced me to take a harder look at my skills and what I was able to accomplish in being creative and making things, but also look at video games differently and think about what it meant to design something that allowed players to have fun and interesting interactions in a video game. So fast forward to senior year, I'm taking another class with Chris. This time it's the 3D modeling class using Fusion 360. And the final project in that class similarly was designed to kind of implement all of the things that you had learned throughout the semester to make something that kind of imitated something from real life that was functional. And so I decided to, perhaps unsurprisingly, make an Xbox controller. This obviously was very tangential to something that I was very passionate about, which is video games. I kind of started this project by taking an old controller that no longer functioned, tearing it apart, grabbing some calipers and getting measurements and thinking about how things fit together and how they moved and how they functioned. So everything on the controller could be pressed and moved and was to a very specific measurements that I had gathered from taking apart my controller. This project, I think, was also really impactful for me as it forced me not only to think about how people interact digitally with video games, but also how they interact physically and what it means to physically move around a digital world and design something that is not only comfortable and ergonomic, but is kind of, it has a lot of design intent, but is meant to kind of disappear in the user's hands and not really be the focus of what they're doing while playing video games. So fast forwarding again to spring of my senior year, I'm preparing to graduate. And since junior year in processing, I had started to play around with this development environment called Unity. I thought that processing was really great as a teaching tool, but it lacked some of the robustness that I was looking for in game development. Unity is a very popular engine for people of all ranges of experience, and it has a lot of ability to implement really precise physics and movement and obviously like object interaction, which was something that I found that processing wasn't really able to handle. So it was really useful for my learning of game development. And so for my first hackathon, or for my senior exit hackathon, I decided to make a game in Unity. If you know anything about hackathons, they take place over 4 hours, and that entails a lot of constraints on the ability and the kind of work that you can produce. So I wanted to challenge myself to make a game under those constraints that was still fun, that still had meaningful and precise interactions. So my game was Hack Defender. I took inspiration from every good student who's just a little bit shy in inspiration and modeled it after the lab. So you play as the titular Hack Defender and have to defend your hackberries from little blue guys wearing VR headsets. I was really proud of what I was able to accomplish with this game. Given those constraints and that time limit, I pulled assets from a free online pack that I had found. But throughout the development of the game over the time, I had to make certain sacrifices. So obviously you may notice that neither the player nor the enemies really animate. I also wasn't really able to incorporate the ability for the game to kind of increase in difficulty as it progressed. But I was still able to have to accomplish fun physics and platforming and shooting and have really like interesting and responsive enemy interactions. So you could kind of bump around enemies and shoot them and they would immediately disappear off the screen, which I was really happy that I was able to accomplish. And this game kind of forced me to think critically about what is essential for making a fun and meaningful game for a player, and then being able to strip away what wasn't necessary in order to finish a product in the 4-hour constraints that I had. So this kind of looking forward to my capstone project, I forced myself again to think about how players physically interact with video games. And so I focused specifically on how one-handed players interact with 2D platformers. I specifically chose a game called Shovel Knight, which is very similar. It was designed very similarly to old Super Nintendo games like Mario and things like that. And in my background research, I found that it was particularly difficult for one-handed players to play using an Xbox controller. They were so specifically designed for players with 2 hands. So when you need to use only one hand, specifically your right hand in my case, you have to kind of reach over the controller, and in order to kind of use all the buttons that you need to move around the world and play, you kind of have to reach and stretch your hand in uncomfortable ways, which which really slows down the gameplay and doesn't really allow players to be as efficient as somebody who is using two hands, which is what the game was kind of designed for. So I wanted to design something that aided this. So I designed the converter clip, as you can see on screen. As I mentioned before, a controller is something that's really meant to disappear into the user's hands while they're playing. So that was something that was really important to me. I didn't want to design anything that took the attention away from the game. And so I designed a little attachment that could go on to controllers that players were already used to, specifically standard Xbox controllers. And this, by clipping it on, you could play right-handed. The fun thing about Shovel Knight is that right-handed players already almost have the ability to play the game using only one hand. They can hold the controller by its handle using like the ergonomic design of the handle and reach all of the inputs on the right side of the controller and be able to do everything they need to do in the game except critically move around the world. So well, that was pretty limiting. So I wanted to, so with my attachment, my design was to, or my intention was to allow them to move using the movement function from the left side of the controller while having their hand be on the right side of the controller with the rest of the inputs. My design was made of 3 components. The very bottom component, as you can see there, is the little Y-shaped clip. That clip would snap over the controller. The lever component, which is the little L-shaped component, would go over a pin on the center of that clip. And from there, it could be rotated and moved around on the controller. On one end, it was connected to a little pivot piece by a ball joint. That little pivot piece would clip over a joystick, and that joystick then could be interacted with from the other side of the lever, where the players would stick their finger into the little contraption finger trap and be able to move and up and down and back and forth and really be able to access the functionality of that side of the controller from the right side. I was really happy with how simple yet effective this design seemed to be. I had one of my user testers during testing make a comment to me just about how fun it was to use the device to move around the world and how it was fun that like they could do it all right-handed, especially because he had been limited from being able to do that for such a long time. And again, this design forced me to really try and use that understanding I had gained about ergonomics and placement of things on a controller from when I had modeled the Fusion controller earlier, to think about how my clip should fit over a controller and where input should be able to be accessed by the player. And so like I mentioned, this project really enabled me to again think about how a user interfaces with a game. And I found it really kind of empowering to be able to empower a player who was otherwise limited from games to be able to, who had otherwise been excluded from playing games for such a long time. So looking to my future, I easily see myself continuing to develop games in my free time. Ideally, I see myself ending up at a company who designs video games or video game hardware, or ideally both. There's a couple companies like Nintendo or Xbox or Valve who are famous for designing implements that kind of integrate the two and do a really good job of making new and meaningful experiences with the design of the controller while making the game, which is something that's always interested me. But in the meantime, I've actually, as of April 1st, already begun an internship with a local company here in Rome called Ingenium. This really works out for me because of some current family situations that I'm dealing with in my living situation at the moment. Ingenium is a company, they do web development with different contracts from across the nation. They're a relatively small team, but they're growing at the moment, which is why they brought me on. And this opportunity as an intern is actually setting me up for the ability to join their team full time after graduation as a junior developer with the company. That being said, I think that's all I needed to say, and thank you guys so much for letting me talk to you.
Yeah. Thank you very much.
So what other adaptive game tech is out there? Is this this seems like it's a cool thing.
Yeah, so in my research on kind of other things that had kind of tried to solve that problem, a lot of them modified controllers. There's very specifically one I saw, which is kind of wacky. It was a big joystick that you would hold on to like a flight stick, but then on top of that was another smaller thumbstick. So you could use one joystick as one joystick from the controller and the one on top as the other, and then all of the buttons are located on there. But I felt that that had like a really significant learning curve. That kind of, you had to spend a lot of time learning that device just to be able to play games again. There are also controllers that take out functionality of one side of the controller and kind of try and remap everything to the right side. So they use standard shells, but they kind of use just one side of the controller. But then the one that I saw that was popular and cheap was that needed an external joystick to plug in, and then you had this little joystick that could like be moved around. And I guess you could use that with the hand that was playing that, or you could use that with your non-functioning hand. But for players who had like the limb actually missing, that didn't really work for them.
So I feel like this last project is kind of very ripe for open sourcing.
Yes.
Do you have any plans to make it available or to kind of find additional resources that may help get it to people who may be able to make use of it?
So my thoughts on that are that it still needs just a little bit of work. There's still some kind of sloppiness and some collision with the thing, with itself while playing. So as soon as I clean that up, my thoughts were you could put this easily on somewhere like Thingiverse. In fact, one of the projects that served as an inspiration for my design has a very similar model where they have one company that produces and sells them, but the files are all on Thingiverse that are open source for people to be able to access.
So I want to challenge that notion though, because you say I want to polish it up before I make it available. I think that's actually why open sourcing is a good option. Is as opposed to like commercializing it where it's like, yeah, it really needs to like be perfect. One of the nice things about open sourcing it is if you do get around to offering an additional revision, awesome. But the nature of open sourcing is somebody may come in and be like, oh, hey, I could like make that quick change. And so you may actually see that community sourcing as a way to iterate on it faster than, and again, if you want to, again, it just depends on how
I think
you do that. But I wouldn't shy away from making it available immediately just because it's not perfect yet. That's the nature of open sourcing, is to help crowdsource a community of improving it iteratively.
Sure. I think all I meant by that was like, there's some very low hanging fruit things that I can just like move something over the left by like a millimeter and then so.
Yeah, but to amplify what Zane's saying, they call it minimum viable product for a reason.
Sure. And having played it, it's actually quite good. I was skeptical and I was like, all right, and on demo day, I was like, all right, I better be able to play a game. I actually had not ever played Shovel Knight before, and I was incredibly impressed. So I think that what you've done is already going to make an avalanche of improvement for many people who enjoy playing those types of games. So like I said, I just want to make sure that like the low-hanging fruit stuff is good. I just want to make sure it gets out there as quickly as possible, because I think it really will make a difference for a lot of people who are in your particular kind of user focus group.
And so adaptive technology is its whole separate field. And you should make sure that this gets airtime with them as well. So I have at least one contact of a guy that we probably ought to run this past, just to, because he has a broad kind of following of adaptive technology folks, and so it'd be a good connection to make.
Well, and in that vein, I know in the fall you made some really good connections with people that are in this field. Have you had a chance to kind of circle back with them and kind of show the result of your work this semester?
I have. My contact was with the charity Able Gamers, which are very popularly based in the Northeast. And I've kind of sent some of my designs just like, hey, can I get your feedback on this? What do you think? Was this awful? And I talked to Jessie, who is the lead engineer with them. And she gave me some feedback about it. She said it looked cool, but it seemed like she was very interested in making sure that I had talked to people and designed it, because that was when we did our interviews with her, or when we did our interviews and I did mine with her. that was something that she harped on during my interview, was people who design things for users sometimes don't talk to those users, and then they design things that they don't need. So that was a lot of the feedback that I got from her initially, and I need to reach back out to her and kind of finish that conversation with her.
Yeah. Do you think she'll be pleased with kind of the approach that you took? Do you feel like you took her advice in the development of this?
Definitely. One of the big things was my original design had like a lot of complexity just on the top of the controller. I wanted like the ability to press all of the arrow keys, and in my game, obviously the arrow keys and the joystick were interchangeable. And her biggest piece of advice was just simplify it, because it was kind of bloating, and that I wasn't really able to accomplish what I was wanting to accomplish with that. So
very good. Thank you, Cameron.
I think you did a good job about choosing one specific game to design your device around. That I think helped constrain what you're trying to do, which probably led to more likelihood of success there. But that being said, now that you have something that's working pretty well for Shovel Knight, how much would it take, do you think, to make it where it would be more widely applicable, or would it take much?
I think actually part of the intention of focusing on one game is that games can be so different, and the types of inputs that they need can be so different, that I think depending on the game that you're working with, you have to think about what a user needs to be able to play that game. In my case, they only needed to be able to move their player, which is what they were critically lacking. So that's what I focused on giving them the ability to do. I think other games would probably make use of maybe some of the buttons that I didn't need to address. So you'd have to think kind of maybe on a game by game basis in some instances. I think that there are ways to broaden that out. I know that there are certain controllers that add paddles to the back of the handle that you can press. So I think if you incorporated my design with something like that fits over that standard shell shape, you could be able to access things like the triggers and bumpers. So there are existing technologies that you could pair my device with that would get you closer to being able to play other platformers, or even games like first-person shooters, which are kind of one of the biggest genres out there. So.
Yeah, because my impression is that it wouldn't quite be like a game by game basis, just
Right.
because most games, all have the same, button patterns or something. So I wonder if there's like three possible designs that if you had those three, you could do pretty much any game ever. Do you have a gauge for how many that would be?
Not particularly, no.
Okay, yeah.
And I wonder if it'd be genre specific, because I think, like first person shooters make kind of extensive use of generally both joysticks, which I think would probably inspire a slightly different design.
Right.
But things for like platformers, which I think, Shovel Knight's probably a good example of. And so that may be a way to kind of attack that problem, is like, what would a generalized control for platformers be versus FPSs? And maybe take it that various approach to it in terms of trying to like generalize the design a little bit more.
I like that.
So, so in your senior exit hackathon, you'd mentioned kind of working within constraints with the hack defender. What are your plans to offer additional DLC then for the game, and should I see this on Steam very soon?
So they're all skin packs. They're all like $1 to $2 at a time. And actually, all of the ones that are in the $2 range are all just color swaps. Anything more exciting than that is going to be like $5 to $10. So.
And what should I budget for loot boxes?
Oh, yeah. So. Yeah, it depends on how legislation goes in the UK with that.
So in all kind of seriousness, like now kind of developing things out on Unity, which I think is going to make, the opportunity for commercially viable games. Are there barriers to kind of getting games into, onto Steam? Like, is there some kind of quality assurance program you have to go through, or can like you literally build out a game and just get it up on there and start selling it today? Like, what are the barriers to entry to getting something on Steam?
So onto Steam, they actually have a program called the Greenlight program, which has been in flux for years. There have been periods of time where it's easy. You can kind of just put any old garbage on Steam Greenlight. And Steam Greenlight is like almost community sourcing that QA. So what it does is allows players to download those games, and then games that get enough popularity or traction can get moved over to Steam. Actually, in the last 3-4 years, Steam is kind of being not necessarily dethroned, but challenged by other platforms. And as always, like there are always independent ways of selling games that aren't through Steam. Like I said, Steam has its own kind of indie scene that picks up, but it's not so impossible to get a game in the public eye.
So very nice.
So would you revisit for me the whole kind of, at the beginning, you said you were kind of, you like staying in your room and sticking to yourself. You don't seem that way anymore.
Yes.
Do you want to talk about that change at all?
So that was, as I kind of touched on a little bit, that was a lot of personal development for me. I was growing up, had a lot of issues that, it was at that time that I had started to kind of overcome those. And I think it was serendipitous that I, at that same time, found a program and a medium that I could work within that really empowered me to do cool things. And that really pushed me outside of my bubble. And like I said, it kind of forced me to be in the lab more in some ways, which I think also being a part of the community and making friends in the lab and just being there really kind of pushed me in outside of that comfort zone. And yeah.
Because one of the things I keep hearing is people saying, you know, something that made it different for me was being part of the lab, or in your case, you're using the language in the lab. And we also have students who don't kind of engage with the lab. So I think that's a really interesting thing that, you know, the program has going for it, and that we need to manage. So. But cool, you seem completely different in many respects than when you were in BCC 100.
Yes, I would agree with that assessment.
And I think you were sort of set up to run into CRT.
Definitely. It was in many ways, it was the perfect fit for me. It was just going to take me overcoming some of my personal struggles to get to the point where I could really take advantage of that. I even mentioned very early on that kind of passiveness. I think one of the most valuable things that the program has taught me is just like confidence with my ability to kind of make my own decisions and take charge of where I'm going with things. So.
Nicely done.
Other questions and feedback for Cameron?
Cameron.
Yes.
Going along the lines with something Chris said earlier, and him talking about adjusting it for different types of games. If it was adjusted for a first-person shooter, how would its durability hold up? Because if it was a first-person shooter, I would assume, unless Shovel Knight's a very intensive game, that the left joystick might be used more and maybe more aggressively. So did you do enough testing for its durability to actually see if it would hold up?
Yeah, in fact, in my future work section of the project book, when discussing this project, I found that durability was something that was, in fact, with both of the uses that I tested, it broke in different places in different ways. And so designing something, I think the critical breaking point was not actually in the lever that players had to interact with, but it was how that lever interacted with the clip itself. The little pin that it used to rotate around snapped off while they were assembling it. So I can imagine as games got intense or they had to do a lot of movement, it could break during gameplay, assuming they didn't break it during assembly. So that is something in terms of developing it that would need to be just refined, is just the durability of certain critical parts of the design.
Would you see addressing that as a question of the design, the materials, the geometry? How would you go about increasing the strength of it?
I think the size nozzle that I was using on the printer was like 0.6. I think the diameter of that pin was like 0.8 or something like that. So it was, I think even just simply increasing that diameter could do a lot, and kind of smoothing the edges around so that it's not like flat components onto like a square base essentially. Just doing a lot to like fillet those corners just to kind of give it more structural integrity. I think
that alone would do a lot. And then beyond that, I would have to kind of play in that world to get a better sense of what more could be done to improve that.
Thank you.
I had a question. You had mentioned it snapped during assembly. How easy would it be to assemble with only like using one hand? Like, was that something you looked at, or?
Yeah, that was another, again, I mentioned future work being refining that. In the video that I made, the very first time I recorded it, I assembled the device onto my controller with two hands and then thought, that doesn't work. So I had to re-record it and assemble it with one hand. And I found that the design that I used allowed the clip specifically to kind of hold its place as you press down. So you do have to use a bit of pressure to push it on, but it's actually not that difficult. And I know that that's not a quite meaningful way to express that to you, but I don't know how else to say. It wasn't that difficult to push things on. You did have to be particularly careful with, like I said, the pin on the clip. But so there are obvious refinements, but it was definitely possible. In fact, in my user testing, I got my users as part of their testing to assemble it to their device. And even though it broke, I had printed many spares and were able to get them to attach the device and give me feedback on that. So
nice, cool.
So Unity, have you how are you learning it? Are you like just doing online tutorials and stuff like that, or are you like going through any sort of program? Have you built anything in Unity yet?
Yes and yes. So where I actually learned about an online course on Udemy, I think is the name of the site that that I was actually alerted to by Chris, and me and him over the summer between junior and senior year kind of did the class in tandem, where they had us, experiencing Unity and Visual Studio and kind of building things in that. And then actually this semester, me and Chris did an independent, like a directed study where we are building our own platformer. And so over the course of the semester, we built like our own character controller, which is just how inputs map to like the physics of the game. And so that was something that I had spent a lot of time on this semester. So
phenomenal. I can't wait to see the Cameron games on Steam.
Absolutely.
Do we get a Hackberry discount on your DLCs?
It's actually a price hike.
That's fair.
I'll call it the Paul tax.
Oh, if it better be 100% up, right? Come on. And do you have time for one more question?
Yes, we do.
Okay. I may have missed this, but do you have any plans to actually develop like an inverse of your thing and utilize it for left-handed people? Because I know Xbox controllers are completely different in their layout, but I'm assuming most games have the ability to like change your like where you actually have buttons. So would it be possible to do like a left-handed little design?
I think it's definitely possible. It's not something I focused on particularly because my users my stakeholders that I had found had function in their right hand, so that was what I really focused on. I think in the specific context of Shovel Knight, since so much of the input for the game is located on the right side of the controller, I think it would, by its nature, take a lot more to move that functionality over to the left, short of doing something like just going into the game itself and remapping all of the controls. So I could design something that allows you to use the right joystick, and then you'd have to, in your game, go and remap essentially the same functions that were on the right side to the left side. And since most controllers, both PlayStation and Xbox, are symmetrical, even though Xbox decided to flip where the joystick and the buttons were on the left side for reasons, I think that's definitely something that is possible. It would just take a lot of work and consideration when doing that.
Yeah. So I think just in terms of thinking about how this may evolve over time, I think with maybe your current design, like if you recommend almost holding the controller like vertically rather than horizontally, that'll relieve a lot of the tension in the palm to kind of hold it with one hand and be doing all of these movements, especially since you have a single finger elevated.
Right.
That way, like your palm is relaxed if you hold it like this, and you have a lot more mobility in those fingers to kind of have that range, or in the future, create something that maybe attaches to the hand or the wrist or something just to help hold the weight of the controller.
I think that makes sense. Thank you.
Yeah, I wonder if just like, maybe in addition to your clip, but on the left side, where like if my wrist is here, just a little clip to kind of, like an offset basically.
Right.
Hold that side, maybe?
I
Yeah.
think I found in my testing, players interacted with it similarly, but not exactly the same as they did in my background research. So in my background research, they would place it next to them and kind of use like their leg or the edge of the couch or maybe cushions to like keep it in place. And with my device, they held the controller but rested it on their leg or rested it against their leg so that that kind of movement stayed. So they weren't like moving their hand a lot while they were playing. And just in terms of video that I captured, I was holding it up to get it in frame with everything else, but I found that that's not quite how people tended to use it while they were playing.
That's interesting.
Any final comments or questions for Cameron?